All right, everybody. So we're going to look up a little bit more on Jeffrey Epstein's net worth. We're going to jump into it now. We're gonna lead off with a Jeffrey Epstein video first. Let's see, Jeffrey Epstein net worth, and we're going to look into all sorts of things here. We're going to first look into how Epstein got rich to get his entire net worth at the time. And as you all know, I am absolutely disgusted with this Mr. Epstein guy. I think he is a terrible person, awful person. What up, Jay? How you doing, brony? You're a pink brony, bro, and we dance at the gay club. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. Give me one moment, though, you guys. I got to get a poll up. And, Zaddy, what's up, Mr. Tylord, my beautiful brony bro? That is my brony biological stepson, Mr. Tylord. We're almost to 10,000 subs, by the way. You know what that means? Rub-a-dub-dub, get in the tub. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. Give me 1 second. Stop it. Get some help. I'm going to make that the... All right, thank you guys for tapping the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. We're Brony Bros, Jay. We're Brony Bros, dude. And then we got Zaddy. My boy Tylord, what's going on, my brony? You're a pink brony, bro. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Give me 1 second, bronies. We're not pink enough. We got to keep it pink. There's a pink brony bro rubbing on the gay club. Oh my God. I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong. Let's just try this for a bit. Get some dinner, man. Hey, I made some spaghetti earlier, dude. It's all about the spaghetti life, bro. But hey, get it, man. What you eating, Mr. Tylord? Besides my mussy. No, I'm just kidding. But what are you eating, man? What you got cooking for dinner? What you eating? What's up, my gooner brony bros? Everybody's a gooner on this show. Even if you're not gooning, you're still a gooner, no matter what. So everybody's a gooner. But yeah, what you eating, Tylord? Getting some sexy nachos, or what you doing, brony? All right, we got our sugar bronies in the house, and I'm very excited about that. And so many sugar bronies. Some pork chops and homemade mac and cheese. My man, get it, bro. Get it, my brony, bro. It sounds fucking good, dude. Tylord, what happened to frosting on the brows, brony? I'm going to eventually get back to that. I'll eventually get back to that lifestyle. For right now, I've abandoned that life. I'm a sellout, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm a fucking sellout. One of these days, though, I will get back to that frosting life. We're going to watch a little bit of Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, shit. Who gets all of Jeffrey Epstein's money after his
Josh.
death?
And when Jeffrey Epstein died, he was worth a staggering $600 million. Today
Damn,
on the
bro.
Infographic Show, we're
600
revealing
mil?
exactly where all that money ended up.
So his net worth was $600 million at the time of his death. That just answers the question of the show. But we're going to watch this, and then we're going to watch a little Adam Livingston, who's a terrible investor. But we're gonna laugh at his show because it's comedy gold how shitty it is.
Just 2 days before he died in federal jail, Epstein signed a trust that laid out who would get pieces of his estate and fortune. The 32-page document, called the 1953 Trust, stayed under wraps for years. But now, thanks to the recent release of a bunch of the Epstein files, the public gets to see it.
So we get to know who gets Jeffrey Epstein's money, basically. Who got Jeffrey Epstein's dollars, bro? And by the way, it's not just dollars. Net worth is more than that. So his net worth probably wasn't in money. It was probably mainly in stocks and bonds, and he probably had a lot of gold and silver potentially. Jeffrey Epstein understood that if you want it, that the real money is silver and gold, and in stocks and real estate. Crypto is fake. Crypto is stupid. Crypto's real, but it's a Ponzi scheme. Crypto participates, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, they participate in greater fool theory, and I'm sorry, it's Ponzi money, bro. It's Ponzi scheme money. Crypto is a Ponzi. It participates in greater fool theory. No, real estate's best. Now, here's the thing. I prefer stocks over real estate, but yeah, I have real estate investment trusts, which are stocks, but it still gives me exposure to real estate to some degree, which is why I love real estate investment trusts so much. But yeah, no, I love stocks. I just love investing, man. I'm an investor at the end of the day. Grippy for Skin says crypto is a scam. Absolutely, Grippy. Without a doubt, bro. And I agree.
While large parts of the document have been redacted, including the names of some beneficiaries, other sections remain untouched. Epstein set aside $1 million each for at least 10 people in the 1953 trust. These people included Peter Saint-Omer, Pierre Jules, Germaine Rouen, Daphne Wallace, Una Pascal, and Cécile Dijon.
I have no idea who these people are, but they might be like... I have no idea who these people are. Maybe they're people who will continue his stupid legacy. Maybe these are idiots that'll contain his... That'll move on. Not move on, but they'll keep Jeffrey Epstein's pedo legacy afloat. I don't know. Allegedly.
For most of them, there is almost nothing publicly available, no background, and no known connection to Epstein. But we do know a little bit about at least one of them, Cécile Dijon. She was the First Lady of the U.S. Virgin Islands from 2007 to 2015, while her husband, Jean Dijon, served as the governor. According to lawsuits, she was paid by Epstein to help with various bureaucratic and regulatory matters.
Oh, shit, dude. So this gal basically helped get Epstein to basically live on the island and buy it and not have to really abide by any laws. So she helped influence a lot of the laws, and so he probably peddled money to her, is what it seems. But yeah, cryptocurrency is a scam, though. And I just want to say that right now. Cryptocurrency is one of the biggest scams of all time.
Emails even showed that Epstein even covered university and tuition fees for her children. Dijon denies any wrongdoing. Epstein left $2 million.
Yeah, what did she do? She didn't do anything wrong. She's innocent. Don't question it. Don't question it. Don't question it, bronies. Don't question it, bro.
To one woman whose name has been redacted. Two other people also got $2 million, Erica Kellerhalls and Bryce Gordon. Again, neither...
It is really interesting to kind of understand Epstein's net worth, right? Getting a better understanding of this dude. I still think he's a sick bastard. But it is interesting to understand more about this piece of shit.
They are well known, but there are a few interesting pieces of information about them online. a Vanity Fair report explains that Erica Kellerhals runs a Virgin Islands law firm that was put in charge of Epstein's estate. Her connection to Epstein goes back at least as far as 2011, when she helped transfer ownership of billionaire Leslie Wexner's New York City mansion to an entity Epstein controlled. She also held key positions in his charitable organizations, serving as Secretary and Treasurer of Gratitude America and as Secretary, Treasurer, and Trustee of the J. Epstein Virgin Islands Foundation. Kellerhall's signature can be seen on Epstein's last will and testament. Bryce Gordon.
Oh, okay. Damn, man.
Gordon, meanwhile, is a former New Zealand Defense Force member who reportedly helped to run Jeffrey Epstein's property empire, alongside his wife Karen Gordon. According to New Zealand media, the Gordons were two.
Hey, they were just trying to keep Epstein's properties afloat, bro. Nothing wrong with that.
Epstein's longest-serving staff member.
I don't even know. I wonder if any of these people who helped Epstein even knew about what he was doing. I feel like a lot of the creepy pedo crap was done under the table, you know, in dark rooms, and you know what I mean? I think you guys know what I mean.
Members, initially helping to manage his New Mexico ranch. They then took charge of his private island resort on Little St. James, more commonly known as Epstein Island.
Yep.
Epstein intended...
This is where all the satanic crap I'm sure the satanic crap happened on his little New Mexico ranch too, but I have a feeling that the majority of the satanic crap happened on Little St. James. That's my assumption. The more I look into it.
To leave $3 million to each of the following: Bella Klein, Luciana A. Fontanilla Jr., Merwin De La Cruz, Simona Petracchi, Kathy Lindemann, Perry Bard, and Misha Gramanov.
Who are all of these people? They have such weird names. They almost seem like they're French and Russian primarily.
Even though Epstein left big sums to all these people, there's hardly any information about most of them. The only one who pops up with any kind of profile is Bella Klein. She's been mentioned in past media reports about Epstein, and according to outlets like the Daily Beast and the New York Post, she worked as one of his accountants in New York. Klein was subpoenaed back in 2020.
Oh, okay. So she's an accountant. She was an accountant for Mr. Epstein. Okay. I see.
With the Attorney General asking her to hand over various documents, records, and receipts related to payments made to women with connections to Epstein. Just like many of the other people in these lower-tier beneficiary spots, there's no evidence or even any suggestion that Klein knew about Epstein's illegal activities or had anything to do with them. Epstein intended to leave $4 million to one person, David Rogers. He was one of the two pilots responsible for ferrying various peoples to and from Epstein Island.
Damn, dude. And it makes you wonder, how do these people feel knowing that they contributed to the pedophilia? Like, how do you think they feel? They're probably sitting there by themselves thinking, dude, I'm getting all this money from this pedo. Now, either they were in on it. I have a feeling that this David Rogers guy probably was in on it, allegedly, and knew exactly what was happening. And basically, Epstein was like, hey, you know what? As long as you keep all this a secret, man, when I die, you get my entire net worth, bro. You get my entire net worth. That's probably what happened.
Showed that Rogers worked for Epstein for several decades, from the early 1990s right up until his death in 2019, flying multiple aircraft owned by the trafficker. Rogers had worked with law enforcement several times and ended up being a really helpful witness in the Epstein investigation. He kept handwritten flight logs showing the trips that he'd made and who he'd flown over the years. These flight logs were used as evidence.
I have the flight logs. That's crazy, dude. Cray.
In the 2021 trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. They'd also helped to confirm the identities of some of the well-known people who visited.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. Let's keep going.
Epstein Island, including the British Royal Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. A report in the British tabloid The Daily Mirror confirmed that the disgraced former prince was a passenger on Rogers' plane at least on 10 occasions. $5 million was reserved for some of the more important people in Epstein's life. They included Anne Rodriguez, Vladson Vieira Kotin, Emma and Edward Rod Larson, Martin Nowak, and Carolyn Lang. There is another person whose name has been redacted. Martin Nowak is the best known of this group. He is an Austrian-born professor of mathematics and biology at Harvard University, known for his work in the field of evolutionary dynamics. He's also held faculty positions at other institutions like Oxford.
This is pretty educational, man. We're learning all about the people who got Epstein's net worth, right? It was really spread out. He really spread the wealth. And these are people who basically did him favors, who made his life easier, you know. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, though, made people's lives terrible. He was, you know, there's too many sickos, man. Too many sick billionaires, bro. Too many nasty, nasty billionaires. I mean, look, I'm not against billionaires existing. It just saddens me that a lot of these billionaires are into this degenerate, nasty behavior. And the sad part is, none of them are going to get arrested for any of this. And that's the truth. It's the sad truth about this. None of them are going to get arrested for anything. Let's keep watching.
University in the United Kingdom and Princeton in the U.S. According to reports, he had a close personal and financial relationship with Epstein for a number of years. In 2011, Nowak named and thanked Epstein in the preface of his book, Evolutionary Dynamics, Exploring the Equations of Life. He wrote, "I thank Jeffrey Epstein for many ideas and for letting me participate in his passionate..."
Crazy. Evolutionary Dynamics, Exploring the Equations of Life. So Jeffrey Epstein was surprisingly influential in the world of science as well. Not only finance, but science. Huh. Crazy.
Pursuit of knowledge in all its forms. Nowak came under investigation in 2021 after his connection to Epstein came to light. Since then, his sanctions have been lifted, and he is still on the Harvard faculty. His name also shows up a few times in the recently released Epstein files, including email exchanges between him, Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell.
It's very well possible, I mean, depending on what's in those emails, but it's pretty possible. I think it's very well possible that a lot of these scientists who hung out with Epstein probably did not know about all the underground pedo shit that he was doing. You know what I mean? I think a lot of them were just unaware. That's what I believe. And I firmly believe it. I just think a lot of them just didn't know. And sometimes you just can't know. Sometimes you can't.
Nowak has not been accused of any crime, nor does he face any charges or claims of wrongdoing. Vladistin Vieira-Cotrin is a French-Brazilian who worked as Epstein's butler, driver, and cook, charged with managing his luxurious 8-bedroom apartment in Paris. Caroline Lang, meanwhile, is the daughter of the former French culture minister Jacques Lang. She works as a film producer and told reporters she'd met Epstein through Woody Allen back in 2012.
Woody Allen? So Woody Allen in 2012 hooked this Caroline Lang gal up with Epstein? Okay. I mean, I'm learning a lot on this, man. I mean, if there's one thing I can know, if there's one thing I do know, is that Epstein was a very connected person. Like, he was a very, very connected person. So all of these people, I mean, I bet a lot of these people are pretty happy that they're getting a payout. I mean, dude, if you're getting $4 million from Jeffrey Epstein dying, I mean, how cool is that? What's not cool, though, is your reputation definitely takes a major hit because you're getting millions of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein and you're on his will. So if you are on Jeffrey Epstein's will, that alone makes you look so fucking guilty. It makes you look so guilty. So if you're on Jeffrey Epstein's will, man, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I think a lot of you were aware. I think a lot of you were aware that Jeffrey Epstein was up to no good, bro. But you took the money and run anyway. I mean, I guess you don't really need a reputation anymore if you got $4 million, because then you could just take that $4 million and invest it and then just live off the dividends for the rest of your life. So, and then never have to really care about your reputation again. There's that. But
Edward Rod Larson are believed to be the children of former Norwegian diplomat Terje Rod Larson and current diplomat Mona Juul. Terje Rod Larson has described Epstein as his best friend in the past. He resigned from his position as president of the International Peace Institute in 2020 when news of the links between the pair broke. Juul, meanwhile, has been...
They were hooking up, bro. They were hooking up, man.
Temporarily suspended, while Norwegian officials investigate her connections to Epstein more closely. 7 people were set to receive $10 million in Epstein's trust. 4 of them are still unknown as their names have been redacted. 3, however, have been revealed to the public. They are Lawrence Paul Vysotsky Jr., Ghislaine Maxwell, and Mark Epstein. Vysotsky was the second of Epstein's main private jet pilots. According to multiple reports and court documents, he worked under Epstein for decades, flying helicopters, Gulfstream jets, and the infamous...
Yeah, he was basically Epstein's private pilot. You know, he's like, hey, I'm an experienced pilot, and, you know, honestly, and I don't know how much you could trust a lot of these people. You know what I mean? It's like, how much can you really trust the people who are receiving this money? How can you? Can you do it? I don't think so. I don't know. It's crazy. It's very crazy. Just remember, though, you guys, gifts are highlighted on the top of the screen, so if you do provide a gift, I will highlight it. And whether it's a happy poop yum yum or any sort of gift, we appreciate all gifts. And also, if you can, subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So don't forget not only to like the stream, subscribe to this channel, and if you can, send us a gift as well. Now, back to the show.
Miss Boeing 727, nicknamed the Lolita Express.
Oh,
like
God.
Rogers,
The
Vysotsky
Lolita Express. Jesus. Keep watching, man.
has been a key piece of the puzzle for investigators, helping them track down Epstein's movements and figure out who was traveling to...
Yeah, I think if you're getting millions of dollars from Epstein on his will, I think that you were a big part of his life, and I think that you knew exactly what this sick pedo was doing.
To and from his island. Vysotsky was actually the first witness called to the stand during the 2021 trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. He admitted to flying several notable individuals on Epstein's planes over the years, including former U.S. President Bill Clinton, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor,
Big Bill, dude.
and actors like Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker.
Kevin
According to
Spacey.
Vysotsky, the cockpit door always remained closed during the flights. While he did sometimes see young female passengers boarding the plane, he was not a witness to any illicit activities on board.
Yeah, he didn't know, dude. I think he kind of had the motto, "What I don't know will not hurt me." So, I mean, you know, I think that's because I think he slowly started to realize that Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed people. So as long as this guy had no idea of any wrongdoing, or at least pretended not to, he was in the clear. So in a sense, he gets millions of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein for being a great pilot all those years.
Ghislaine Maxwell is
Essentially.
well known for her close ties to Epstein, largely regarded as his right-hand woman. The British socialite reportedly met Epstein in the early 1990s and initially developed a romantic relationship with him. She later became one of his closest allies and companions all the way up until his death.
Hey, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. We're getting bigger and bigger and bigger on the world of the YouTube, so I appreciate everybody taking the time to subscribe and like the stream as well, so I appreciate you all.
She's been described by Epstein employees and associates as being in charge of household operations and serving as Epstein's number 2 when it comes to managing properties, staff, and logistics. She also is believed to have been a key facilitator in recruiting and grooming the victims of Epstein's abuse. She made the most of her socialite connections with...
Yep, you know what she did? She's like, hey party girls, you're all white girl wasted. You want to hang out with me and my billionaire boyfriend, Jeffrey Epstein? Yeah. That's pretty much how it probably went down. That's what I'm thinking.
Various high-profile figures and elites to support and expand Epstein's illegal empire. She's believed to have had long-standing friendships with the likes of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump.
It's crazy how many people Mr. Epstein knew. I still think that Donald Trump was one of the OG whistleblowers, though. I really believe that. I think he was.
Maxwell was arrested in 2020, charged with multiple sex trafficking and conspiracy offenses, and convicted in late 2021. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and remains behind bars as of early 2026. Mark Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein's only sibling, a property developer based in New York City. Mark was born in 1954, a year after his brother. He initially worked as an artist before moving into real estate investment and served as the president of Jeffrey Epstein's company, J. Epstein & Co. He also owned...
Now, I'm really curious how much did Jeffrey Epstein's brother know about what... So Mark Epstein, how much did Mark Epstein know about what Jeffrey Epstein was doing? That's my question. And I think he probably knows more about what Jeffrey Epstein was doing than he ever let on. I think he pretended not to know. I bet he was pretended to be shocked, allegedly, and was like, oh, I had no idea that my bro was a total PDF file and was doing all this disgusting crap on a private island. You know what I mean?
And operated various other companies over the course of his career. He's been interviewed and investigated over the years due to his close familial ties with Jeffrey Epstein. However, no credible evidence has been found to suggest that Mark had any involvement with his brother's crimes. He says that while he knew his brother was involved with women who were, in his words, too young, he did not know anything about what Jeffrey had actually done until 2006, around the time police first started investigating him and the earliest accusations came to light. Epstein's trust specifically states that $10 million should not go directly to Mark, but should be held by him in a trust to be given to his children in the future. 3 more people.
That's kind of cool. So at least the money doesn't go to Mark; it goes straight to his kids. I think that's I think that's honorable to some degree. I mean, everything else that Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, all this money, though. I mean, if you think about it, all the money that these people are receiving is basically dirty money, because a lot of it was earned through blackmail. And I don't necessarily believe that Jeffrey Epstein was like the greatest stock investor of all time, but I do believe that he understood equity markets. You know. So I think a lot of this money, though, is dirty money. And I think a lot of it was given to Mr. Epstein through blackmail. And, yeah, I think that's what happened. I wonder what the recipients of the money did with the money. You know what I mean? The recipients of the will money. Because if they got this money from the will, like... do they, obviously they know it's dirty money. So are they at least going to donate that money to charity to try to at least, you know, right some sort of wrongs? I don't know. It's a question I'm not too sure if I'll ever have the answer to. I don't know. Let's keep watching.
Named in Epstein's 1953 trust, and they received the largest sums of all. The first is Richard Kahn, who was awarded $25 million. Kahn was Epstein's accountant for more than a decade,
damn, bro.
According to media reports. He managed various aspects of the sex trafficker's books and financial matters and worked closely with his lawyer, Darren Indyke, someone who we'll hear more about very soon. Kahn was listed as the president of one of Epstein's nonprofit entities, Gratitude America, and named the co-executor of
Gratitude America? I'll have to look into this.
His estate in his 2019 will and testament. He's come under scrutiny and investigation, but no criminal charges have been filed against him. Kahn maintains that he was...
If you guys can, though, please subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So please don't forget to subscribe, because we're almost to 8,300 subs. We're currently at 8,269. So every subscriber matters. All subscribers' lives matter. All subscribers' lives matter. So make sure you hit the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. Let's keep watching.
Not aware of any abuse or trafficking, and that none of Epstein's victims had come to him for help. A whopping $50 million was pledged by Epstein to his former lawyer, Darren Indyke. According to reports, Indyke first met Epstein several decades ago while working at a small New York City law firm that was in charge of Epstein's real estate deals. After just a few years of practicing law, Indyke made Epstein his one and only client. He went on to help Epstein set up his corporate and personal base in the U.S. Virgin Islands and got deeply involved in almost every part of his business over the decades that followed. In return, Epstein treated Indyke generously.
Yellow Summer says thanks, have subbed. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Hey, everybody, give a shout out to at Yellow Summer 25. Thank you for subscribing. That's the sound of my cheeks clapping, by the way. Definitely the sound of my cheeks clapping for sure. Am I an actual person, says IRAP21. Yes, I am a real boy. I'm a real boy. I'm totally not AI. I swear, you guys, I'm not AI. I swear. Let's go.
Covered his New York City apartment and paid millions of dollars for his services over the years. Indyke also had executive roles in several of Epstein's controlled entities, including nonprofits and corporate structures. He was named alongside Richard Kahn as one of the co-executors of Epstein's estate. As with Kahn, he faced no criminal charges. The person who stood to gain the largest part of Epstein's wealth was Karina Shuliak. Epstein's last known girlfriend. In his trust, Epstein left Shuliak $50 million.
$50 million in direct inheritance? Damn, bro. Damn. No wonder she's defending him on social media. I've seen some of the posts that people have been talking about of her defending Epstein on there. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. No, I am the Tin Man, and I am rusting in the rain. No, I am the Tin Man. And I have a positronic brain. Well, I wear his face, but not his name. But yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. I can't believe this gal got a $50 million direct inheritance from the pedo master himself, Jeffrey Epstein. Crazy. Absolutely unbelievable, man. The more I learn about this creep, the more I'm just like, damn, bro. Damn. Let's keep it going, though. Got to keep your D fresh, bro.
Plus another $50 million meant to be set up as an annuity paid out over the rest of her life. He also promised her a lot of his property, a 33-carat diamond ring, and a collection of loose diamonds. Born in Belarus, Shuliak reportedly moved to the U.S. around 2009 and trained as a dentist at Columbia University. She was said to have been in an 8 to 10 year...
Yeah, doesn't need to train as a dentist anymore. Doesn't need to do any of that shit anymore. Damn, dude.
relationship with Epstein up to the point of his arrest. She also reportedly was the last person to speak to Epstein over the phone before he died in prison. Reports also state that Epstein admitted contemplating marrying Shuliak at some stage, despite the fact that she was legally married to another woman, Jennifer Kalin, during a large part of their time together. As with
shit, dude. What the oh, man. This gal's got daddy issues to the core, bro.
With other people named in the trust, Shuliak has come under intense media scrutiny, but there are no official claims that she was involved in Epstein's criminal activities. Even with the jaw-dropping 7, 8, and 9-figure sums in Epstein's trust, it's important to remember that none of the people mentioned are guaranteed to get any kind of money. One of Epstein's estate lawyers, Daniel Wiener, told reporters that no beneficiary will receive any...
Wiener. I love it. The guy's name is Daniel Wiener. That's hot. Mohammed Dahir says, hey, do you think Trump should say to the Muslim Americans? To that I say no. To that I say nope. I don't think he should because nope. Hell no.
Any money from that estate, unless and until all creditors and claims on the estate have first been satisfied in full, including claims from women who suffered abuse at Mr. Epstein's hands. Even though Epstein was worth a staggering $600 million when he died, that number has dropped a lot since then, thanks to taxes, legal fees, and payouts to victims, including a huge $290 million settlement for some survivors, finalized in 2023. So there might not even be enough money left to cover all the payments that Epstein originally planned. Whatever is left could still go to the many victims of his crimes who are still pursuing legal action against him and his remaining associates. Now go check out what really happened to Jeffrey Epstein, or click on this video instead.
Crazy. My God. I don't even know what to say, bro. Let's see what the deposition is.
And what's this here? Les Wexner's attorney during his House Oversight Committee
Damn, dude.
deposition.
It was just regularly done. Answer not the question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question. Okay. It was just
What he said was, I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words.
Damn, bro. Damn, and damn, dude. Holy shit.
Okay? So Les Wexner, so this is the guy was named as one of the potential accomplices of Jeffrey Epstein, claimed that he was the financial advisor to L.E.D. Rothschild and the Rothschild family in France.
And that he had done personal work for the Rothschild family in France. He represented their whole families. There had been a whole bunch of people.
Yep.
He would say, like, I'm providing financial advice to the founders of Google.
What? Hold up, what?
I'm
Wait a minute.
financial advice to Jeff Bezos.
That's...
I'm providing financial advice for the chief technologist at Google. Wow, I'm in good company because these are really smart guys with a lot of money.
Did Miss Maxwell ever introduce you to any young woman or girl?
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
Did Miss Maxwell ever ask you to introduce a
That's more than 5 words.
young woman or girl to your friends or associates?
No.
Did you ever introduce any young woman or girl that you met through Miss Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
Objection. Assumes in fact not in evidence.
Oh.
Did you ever see or become aware of President Trump having a sexual relationship with a person who was introduced to him by Epstein or Maxwell?
Oh, he's probably going to say no on this.
Has Donald Trump ever discussed Jeffrey Epstein with you?
Nope.
That's surprising.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever discuss Donald Trump with you?
He would say things like, I know President Clinton, or I know the Pope, or
He
I
would
know
name drop.
God, or Jeffrey dropped a lot of names.
You believe he specifically dropped Donald Trump's name?
No, I'm saying it could have, and I don't remember.
You don't remember? Yeah, he
Did
old.
Epstein ever share any information with you about Donald Trump's sexual activities?
Ooh.
It's funny how they're, like I said, they're trying to weaponize the Epstein files against Donald Trump. They're trying to make Donald Trump look like a PDF file. And here's the thing. Donald Trump was an original whistleblower against Epstein, allegedly. And another thing about Trump is I think the more I look into this, I think he's just more innocent day by day. It just seems like he's innocent. I don't know what else to say. Trump seems to be innocent to me, man. Unless there's proof otherwise, I think Epstein hated Trump's guts. And therefore, I think Trump is innocent, man. So if you guys think that Trump is innocent, man, subscribe to the channel. Let's go. I'm starting to believe that Trump's innocent, bro. So yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. If you guys, especially if you guys think that Trump is innocent, bro. Because I believe he is. I believe he is. I believe he's mentioned in there because he had, by the way, he had whistleblown to the FBI several times. And it's pretty well known that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump after a certain amount of time. And because he hated Donald Trump, you know what he did? He mentioned Donald Trump several times to other people in his emails. I want to know in what context is Donald Trump mentioned in these files? That's the question I have. That's what I want to know. Let's keep going.
Ooh.
Do you have a relationship with Donald Trump?
He introduced himself to me at the fashion show a couple of times, but I wouldn't say, hello, how are you?
It's about $1 billion provided in stocks or given directly to Mr. Epstein
From who?
by Wexner.
That's a lot.
They spent a lot of time together. Mr. Wexner
For $1 billion,
admitted that he
I
traveled
would.
to both Epstein's island as well as his other properties.
Yeah.
And we should be very clear
You got to pull those
that there
logs.
would be no Epstein Island. There'd be no
Yep.
Epstein plane. There'd be no money to traffic women and girls. Mr. Epstein would not be the wealthy man he was without the support of Les Wexner.
And to be clear,
Holy schmack, dude. Lex Wexner looks guilty. I mean, he seems guilty to me in this instance. That's what I think. Crazy. Effing insane. I think he's guilty, bro. I think Lex Wexner is allegedly. He just seems pretty guilty. I don't think he really gives a fuck, though.
you at no point ever considered him to be a friend.
No, I didn't see Jeffrey as a friend. I saw Jeffrey
Laugh out loud.
as I see Matt, my attorney, as
Thank you, Laura Kennedy, for subscribing to the channel. Everybody give a shout out to Laura Kennedy for subscribing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my brony bro. We appreciate you. Thank you. Everybody give a shout out. Let's put Laura's name back up on the screen.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you for subscribing, my brony bro. That's the sound of my cheeks clapping. That's the sound of my cheeks getting clapped.
we're friendly, but we're not friends.
Did you yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please.
Oh,
I
that's
wanted to
embarrassing.
get you what you want. So here it is. Happy birthday, your friend Leslie.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein would want?
What did Epstein want? Beef jerky or pizza?
He was a bachelor, so I drew a pair of boobs.
That is kind of funny. That is kind of funny, man. I gotta admit. Well, I think he just knew that Jeffrey Epstein was a horny dude. So he's like, well, here, I'm going to draw you some boobies. There you go. I don't know. Maybe this Les Wexner guy isn't guilty. He's just, I don't know. He doesn't pick his clients very well. I don't know. That's the way I look at it. Possibly.
As a kind of a joke and offhandedly,
Yeah?
I'd say.
You've
Okay.
you said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter, and I quote, your friend Leslie. Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to be a friend of yours?
I don't know.
It's a mystery.
He's like, I don't know. He's like, fuck if I know, bro.
Like, yeah, I've never even heard of this.
That's crazy, man. That is so freaking wild, man. It's getting weirder, dude. It's getting crazier. It's oh my god. Whoa, they found proof that Kurt Cobain didn't end his life? What?
End his life.
I'm curious about
What
this.
the fuck?
I'm a huge Kurt Cobain fan too, by the way, so this is great. Asmund Gould is right more than he's wrong. Yeah, Asmund Gould's amazing. He's like Alex Jones. Asmund Gould and Alex Jones are very similar in the fact that they may seem a little crazy at first, but the more you really take in what they're saying, you're like, okay, I see where he's coming from. It makes perfect sense to me. I get your logic. Now, I think Alex Jones is a little more wrong than he's right. But Alex Jones has been right about a lot of interesting shit, though. Asmund Gould is less on the conspiracy side and more on the... He kind of just understands human nature in a lot of ways. In many ways.
Like, Nirvana's like one of my favorite bands, so like it's kind of substantial.
This is interesting. Yeah, same here. I love Nirvana.
30 years ago...
There's a theory that... allegedly, David Grohl is the one who, to Mr. Kurt.
Kurt Cobain's passing was ruled to be self-inflicted.
Allegedly.
But now, forensic experts are saying, hey, this might have all been staged.
More than 3 decades after his death shocked the music world, questions are once again swirling around the final hours of Kurt Cobain. Nirvana's lead singer was found dead April 5th, 1994, inside of a greenhouse above his Seattle garage.
Damn.
Seattle police, they closed the case after the King County medical examiner ruled it citing a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Shotgun wound, to be even more specific. So why am I talking about it now? Well, an unofficial private team of forensic scientists says the evidence tells a very different story.
And I mean, this case has been closed for longer than I've been alive.
Yeah, like, I feel like everybody just kind of knew that he killed himself. I think this was, like, definitively...
I was never convinced that he killed himself. Part of me just felt like I wasn't... I mean, did he have depression issues? Sure. But I still don't think he killed himself, man. I really don't. I just don't believe it. I do not believe it, man.
Like, I never even considered it.
But in April of 1994, Kurt Cobain was found unresponsive in his Seattle home. A firearm injury was discovered, and authorities ruled it a self-inflicted one. A note was then found nearby, and toxicology reports showed high levels of substances in his system. And again, the King County Medical Examiner determined the manner of death was self-inflicted. And the Seattle Police Department agreed. Case closed, seemingly. And that was the end of it, or so we thought at least.
Hey, thank you guys for tapping the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. I am very curious to see. By the way, do you guys think that... If you guys think that Kurt Cobain was murdered by somebody else, please subscribe to this channel. Because I never felt like he committed suicide. Something about it seemed very, very fishy. And I'm not going to lie... I've always been very, very sketchy about how long it took to then suddenly start the Foo Fighters. Seemed like the band moved on pretty quickly once they created the Foo Fighters. So, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. I think maybe a member of the band or somebody realized that David Grohl had a lot of talent, more than just as a drummer. Allegedly. I'm not going to elaborate any more on that. I'm just going to say allegedly, and I'm just going to draw the line there. I'm not going to point fingers at who I think may have done it. I'm not. We're going to see what the video says, though, okay? And everything's alleged. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly.
And look, I am no conspiracy channel, but recently there have been official news reports about a new independent...
Recently. Like, that's crazy, huh? How about that?
Forensic review of this case. And some of the claims made are strange enough where I felt like I should probably cover this. So today we're going to be going through what's being claimed and what the authorities are saying in response. Typically, I start by explaining, who the person we're talking about today is, but most people know who Kurt Cobain was.
Kurt Cobain.
Lead singer of Nirvana and an absolute musical genius. But back in 1994, Cobain had been struggling, and we know he had chronic pain and depression. Just weeks earlier, there had been a serious medical incident overseas, and police previously removed firearms from his home after concerns of his own safety. And the medical incident we're talking about involved Cobain taking an OD level amount of substances before being found by his wife, Courtney. Then a few weeks later, Courtney called the police to say that Cobain was locking himself in his room with a firearm. But when police arrived, he said he was actually trying to avoid his wife. And again, both these scenes happened just the month before he passed. And I'm mentioning them because they've been used as proof that Cobain was leading up to...
So, yeah, I think we all know what he's pointing at. You know what I mean? I think we all know.
It was passing. But they've also been used as proof.
Give me one moment, though. I'm going to boil some water. I'm going to put some water in the coffee pot. All right. Let's keep going. My pink brony bros. And you dance at the gay club.
proof that not everything was good in his home life. So on April 8th, an electrician installing security lighting discovered him in a room above the garage at his Lake Washington Boulevard home. At first, he thought that Cobain was asleep. Then he realized something was seriously wrong. Authorities later determined he likely passed away around April 5th, and a handwritten note addressed to his childhood imaginary friend was discovered nearby. And officially, the case was classified as a self-inflicted passing.
Sure.
But back then, not everyone accepted that. And that was partly due to the mess that happened in the week leading up to his passing. Because for 6 days in April 1994, Kurt Cobain was missing.
Like 4.
One of the biggest rock stars in the world was essentially completely off the radar. Police were looking for him, his wife was looking for him, and she even hired a private investigator. Then on April 1st, he called Love from Los Angeles, and she later told Seattle newspaper, he said,
Aaron Russell loves the Michael Garza show. Hell yeah, thank you, Aaron Russell. I love you too, Brony. You're the man now, dog. You're the man now, frog. Hell yeah, dude. Fidesz Cheats says, and I love Garza. I love you, Fidesz Cheats. You're the man, bro. You're the man. Aaron Russell says, get Nick Shirley on the case. Honestly, it's not a bad idea, bro. I like that idea. It turns me on.
Said, Courtney, no matter what happens, I want you to know you made a really good record. And according to Courtney, that was the last time they ever spoke. He then flew back to Seattle, and on a flight, he happened to sit right next to the Guns N' Roses bassist Duff McKagan. McKagan then later said that he felt something was off. And quote, all of my instincts told me something was wrong. After learning he left his treatment, Love canceled his credit cards and hired a private investigator, Tom Grant, to track him down. Meanwhile, Cobain was reportedly seen around Seattle on April 2nd and April 3rd. On April 4th, his mother filed a missing person.
Yeah, somebody said, like, bro, if this happened today, Candace Owens would be making videos about it, talking to Kurt Cobain in a dream. She killed me.
Report telling police that she feared he might harm himself.
Oh,
and according
man,
to the police
crazy.
timeline, on April 5th, he returned to his home and went into the greenhouse above his garage. He then wrote a note. He left his wallet open, possibly for identification, and then sometime around that day, he passed away. He wouldn't be discovered.
It's kind of crazy, man. Totally wild. Give me just a moment.
For 3 more days, though. And almost immediately, questions started popping up. A local journalist then started doing public access segments, suggesting the case didn't make sense. With one of the main points being there just wasn't enough blood on the scene. A private investigator later said that he believed there were inconsistencies in the timeline and in the evidence.
Was it like
Documentaries were then made and books were then written, but by the late 90s, the story had turned into a full-blown cultural debate. Then you had a documentary created called Kurt and Courtney, which then explored the theory. Then in 2014, on the 20th anniversary, Seattle police reviewed the case again. They developed rolls of film that hadn't been processed back in 1994. They re-examined the scene photos, and once again, they reaffirmed the original conclusion. Officially, nothing changed. But here's the thing. The conspiracy never really went away. And now, in 2026, it's back. Because a new independent...
Oh, crap, dude. There's somebody did independent forensic analysis of the evidence at hand, and they found something that's totally different. Do I play Rust? No, I don't play Rust. Fidesz Cheats. Is it, what exactly is Rust? I mean, I guess I could look it up. Video game Rust. Rust is a multiplayer survival video game developed by Facepunch Studios. It was first released in early access. Oh, okay. No, I never played it. At least, not that I could remember.
forensic team says they've looked at the same materials and reached a very different conclusion. And this is where it starts getting weird again.
What happened
So
then?
here's what's different this time. In early 2026, multiple news outlets reported that an independent research team had taken another look at the case. And I know, I'm talking about a private forensic group, but these are peer-reviewed, published findings. Meaning,
I mean, like, fuck, the government can fuck up. Like, it's not like a private firm isn't going to be able to figure it out. I mean, I feel like in some cases they want to even more because they don't have the same, accountability to, like, going to the next thing.
A whole bunch of smart people who specialize in this kind of thing looked at it and gave it 2 thumbs up. So it seems short-sighted to just dismiss this. They reviewed crime scene photos, autopsy findings, and toxicology records. And after doing that, they claim the evidence fits a staged scene. Not a self-inflicted one, a staged one. That's a massive...
So they tried to stage him killing himself? What the fuck?
To put it lightly, Michelle Wilkins, one of the researchers, said that the forensic specialist Brian Burnett reviewed the materials for several days and concluded the death was more consistent with homicide. That is massive. So here's what they're arguing. They claim the amount of substances in his system
That's crazy.
would have left him physically incapacitated.
Oh shit, so basically he would have been so clonked out he wouldn't have been able to shoot himself. That's crazy. Okay, here we go.
Talking like 20x the OD limit. So that tracks. And according to their argument, someone in that condition would struggle to coordinate movement, let alone operate a firearm. Wilkins says that Cobain would have been in a near comatose state and barely able to breathe. Secondly,
so they're saying somebody came in there and popped him off, and they think it was his wife.
That's insane. That would have been. I mean, it's not unbelievable or anything. I'm just saying maybe that is the case.
Wife?
They point to what they describe as oxygen-related organ damage. They argue that certain signs of the autopsy are more consistent with someone who stopped breathing due to substances rather than someone who died instantly from a firearm injury. And then they point to the scene. They describe it eerily clean. They question why his hand, which was found wrapped around the part of the firearm, didn't show any kind of visible blood splatter as they expected. Wilkins said, in quote, "There is no universe where that hand is not covered in blood." They also...
Man, so like what's crazy is that like I would assume because can't they look at whenever you pull the gun and like they can look at the fibers on your hands for like the gunpowder to see if you were the person? Like that's what my understanding always was.
I think that's true. I think that's very true.
But maybe they didn't with her.
Question the organization of the substance kit found nearby, saying it looked way too neatly arranged. Their argument is essentially someone under extreme physical duress would not carefully cap needles and put equipment away. They then argue that the top portion reads like someone expressing frustration about music and fame. Then they claim the final lines appear visually different, larger, more rushed handwriting, and suggest that this could indicate tampering. And I mean, that is interesting because it seems like they're implying he wrote the letter about leaving music behind and someone else added onto it. So, not gonna lie here, this looks weird. Looking at this note,
Oh my god. Yeah, the handwriting looks a little different at the bottom, like from here and here to here and here. So this feels very consistent right here. This feels like it was written by someone else. The handwriting is not consistent. I can see why people are questioning this narrative. I get it. I absolutely get it, man. Holy smokes, bro. Whew. Wild. Give me just a moment, you guys. So Nate Dogg is saying, watching Asmund watch a Tazi. So I'm a reactor reacting... So I'm reacting to a video of a reactor reacting to another reactor. Okay. Holy shit. It's reactception. Reactception right there. Fucking crazy. Yeah. Wild.
See what they mean. Suddenly, the right...
Yeah, the please. The thing is, like, this please part... It does look different.
Yeah. The handwriting looks very, very different.
Ah, dude.
I say plug it into AI, dude. Plug the evidence into AI, and the AI is going to tell you where the inconsistencies are in this letter. I think that's what's going to happen. I think the AI will be like, yeah, somebody else wrote the other part.
Laugh out loud.
Nate Dogg says, so meta, rent's due, by the way. Oh, no. So Nathan is my landlord, I guess. Landlord. Ugh. I always give him money and stuff. I don't know what's up with that, you know. He says my fridge isn't mine, my computer, not my microphone, not my refrigerator. But hey, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Nate Dogg for being a member for 4 months, part of VIP Deeper Access. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, he's part of the VIP Deeper Access membership, and I really want to thank him for being a top brony G. A top brony G. That's what Nate Dogg is, man. He's a top brony G, bro. He's a pink brony bro.
Dude. It gets really big, and it looks a little different. But the team says they asked for the case to be reopened, and authorities have responded. So the Seattle Police Department says the death was ruled self-inflicted, and that remains their position. So the King County Medical Examiner's Office said they are open to reviewing new evidence, but they've seen nothing that would warrant reopening the case. So now we have two positions. The findings here are reanalysis of existing stuff that have been reviewed before. Sadly, without a new piece of evidence, they might not just be able to get the case reopened.
I don't think
the other side is the Seattle Police Department has had requests for this case to be reopened since the conclusion of it 30 years ago. The conspiracy side...
I feel like there's no way they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, and I think it's good that they're trying to open it back up, man. I think it's good, dude. You got to open that shit back up, bro. You got to open it back up.
No.
You got to do it, man.
Like, at this point, like, the information to definitively prove what happened, like, I bet it doesn't even exist anymore. And, like, it's probably just, like, whether she's going to admit that or not, and she's probably not going to admit that. Like, let's be honest.
The story has been around for almost as long as the official ruling. But a team of experts publishing a peer-reviewed analysis is still a lot more solid than...
You guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. We're on pace to getting 8,300 here within this particular stream, so all you guys have to do is tap subscribe. We're currently at 8,271 subs. Once again, 8,271 subs. By the simple act of tapping the subscribe button, you help this channel grow in more ways than one.
3 decades of conspiracy theories. But a lot of the stuff in the new report matches with a whole bunch of the theories that I mentioned earlier. Like the public access host who said the police reports just didn't line up.
Yeah.
He claimed there wasn't enough visible blood for what had happened, which is pretty similar to what the recent analysis said. Then you have Tom Grant.
I mean, I bet that's probably true. I remember whenever they popped off Charlie Kirk, and I was like, what the fuck? God damn, that's a lot of blood. Like, I remember whenever I saw that, I was like, holy fuck, that's a lot of...
Yeah, I ended up seeing that video, and man, that was haunting. That still disturbs the hell out of me. I'm still glad I got to go to a Turning Point event, though. Like I said, the organization as a whole, I think that, I was really a big fan of Charlie, so being able to go to the Turning Point event that happened in Coos Bay recently was really an honor. It was really fun, too. I love it. But yeah, no, I actually ended up watching that video. And seeing Charlie get killed like that, man, fucked up, dude.
Blood. God damn.
Private investigator who had been officially hired by Courtney Love during the chaos before Cobain's passing. And afterward, he publicly said that he believed the crime scene was staged. And his arguments focused on a few big things that are, once again, also in the official report. He questioned whether someone with that level of substances in their system could physically coordinate pulling a trigger. And he also questioned the lack of clear fingerprints on certain items.
Especially
Tom Grant was also the guy who pointed to the things like tour money and industry contracts as financial motives. Then there's the documentaries. Nick Broomfield's film, Kurt and Courtney explored the murder theory in the late 90s. That film mentions one of the most popular theories, that Courtney Love orchestrated everything. And I mean, it could make sense that people thought that she had something to do with it. Because especially during this time, they were always in the news for their music, but also their relationship issues.
Reports of frequent heated arguments surfaced, some escalating into physical altercations. On March 18th, police were called to their home in Seattle after...
They were both very unstable people. Both of them were. And Kurt Cobain had definitely a drug problem, absolutely, 100%. And she also had an excessive drug problem. They were both drug addicts in the world of music, and they were both very good at what they did when it came to music, but at the same time, they just couldn't get their personal lives in order. And you see that happen a lot with people who are really, really on drugs. I mean, you saw it happen with my boy Scott Stapp from Creed, for example. Scott Stapp from Creed was very much into like all sorts of crazy prescription drugs he shouldn't have had access to from a rock doc, is what he called them. And it's really cool to see Scott Stapp. Seeing him get his life back together was really fun to watch. Have a good night, Mr. Fidesz Cheats. It's good to see you, Brony bro. I appreciate you, man. Seeing him get his life back together, that was always a very cool thing to me. A very, very cool thing to me.
An explosive fight. Cobain had locked himself in a room with a gun, threatening to take his own life. Officers managed to de-escalate the situation and seized several firearms from the house.
Even their daughter, Frances, once said, "I always knew their relationship was toxic. I don't promote having a fix-it baby," which is what I was, to fix their problems. That is so sad for a kid to say.
Fix it.
That's pretty self-aware for a kid to say, actually. That is very self-aware for a kid to say, and that's the thing. She realized that her parents were both fuck-ups. I mean, they were successful fuck-ups. It's funny. Those two terms seem very contradictory, but in a lot of ways, they're not. So you could be a successful person, like, for instance, a very successful, rich musician, but you could be a real fuck-up in your personal life and make it to where everybody in your life hates you. And it definitely seems like their daughter just realized that, their relationship was so fucking toxic and it just shouldn't have happened. And that's just the sad truth behind it. It's one of those just things that she was just aware of it. I don't necessarily see it as a sad realization. I think what would have been sad is that she never would have realized it. You know what I mean? It would have been more of a tragedy for her not to realize it, I think. I think it's good to be aware that, I think it's very self-aware, and I love it, man.
But there are a lot of theories as to why she would. Some people think that, she was the handler. Others point to the fact that she gained his estate after he passed.
That's
but it is
convenient
also
for her.
very important to mention that Courtney Love did sign over the estate to Kurt's daughter, Frances, in 2012. But as of February 2026, his passing remains officially classified as self-inflicted. So whether this new report changes anything in the future, We don't know. And look, did Kurt Cobain openly have issues with depression and substances? Absolutely, yes. But
with all those drugs in his body, he wouldn't have been able to basically kill himself like that. So that makes me wonder, man. That makes me wonder.
I don't think that means that we should just ignore details that look very weird. And again, in this video, we are absolutely not accusing anyone of anything.
I don't think anybody can ever know what really happened. That's what I think the chances are. Like, because realistically, I mean, this shit happened like 30 years ago, right? It would be 31 years ago. So...
Well, if there's evidence, and if the evidence is all publicly available, I mean... There might be people who can come to certain conclusions. You know? That's the thing, man. So you could still come to interesting conclusions one way or another.
Like, or 32 almost. Like, what do you think the probability is that, like, this information is even around anymore? It's probably not. Like, there's no way you're going to figure this out and know, like, who did something wrong. I have no idea.
Looking at the public details. But regardless, someone who's thinking about taking their own life can still be hurt by someone else.
Definitely.
Those two things don't cancel each other out. But unfortunately, no one really knows what happened to him. Not 100%.
I didn't even hear
but
about
it doesn't
this.
seem like the police department is going to look into it any further. At least for now. And honestly, that's kind of just a painful ending that some people still struggle to accept. And that's maybe why we're still talking about it. But regardless, I'll keep you guys updated. The Seattle Police Department opens this case back up. But in the meantime, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
I think this is what happens a lot of times, is like people that I think things happen in a way that makes them uncomfortable. It's frustrating for them. It's like an unexplained kind of tragedy that happens. And as soon as people see that, they're like, oh, okay, like, let me go and explain everything and put together all the pieces and try to do that. Sometimes there's times where, you don't really know what happened and the information isn't really out there. But, like, I mean, people have said many times that the guy couldn't have shot himself with a shotgun like that before. Even I've heard that. Kurt has a very big fan base. Yeah, I mean, I was, I love Nirvana. I listen to them all the time. Like, it was like my favorite band growing up. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have an opinion about this. But, like, whether it was murder or not.
Back in the MP3 days, man, that's how I discovered Nirvana. Back in the MP3 days when I was a young lad. So good. Those are the best of times. But oh wow. Here's something interesting. Inside Epstein's ties to Harvard and corporate America.
We know that Harvard cut ties.
By the way, I don't trust CNN, but we're going to watch this anyway.
With Epstein and
take everything that CNN says with a grain of salt, but we're going to tap the like button anyway. And we're going to watch the Epstein stuff.
2008, after being convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor, how was he able to circumvent that severed relationship and still maintain contacts inside of Harvard?
Yeah, so he was able to do that a few ways. We do already know from a previous Harvard report on their relationship to Epstein that he had solicited donations, had helped donations from other people to Martin Novak, someone he'd previously funded, who studies genetics and evolution. We also know, of course, that he maintained relationships for years with a lot of these scientists, but these new document releases really show the extent of those relationships. So besides Martin Novak, there's the famed geneticist George Church. He discussed investing in $10 million in companies, including one that was co-founded by Church. We also saw in the files these undated photographs.
Dude, Jeffrey Epstein's nuts were so deep in corporate America, it's actually kind of scary. And the more we see these images and these reports coming out of CNN, we're just going to find even more. I think he was tied into everything, man. This dude was a busy bee. He had his hand in so many pots. I mean, not only was he a pedo, but he actually understood finance. He was in the world of science. In fact, he was in the world of everything. By the way, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you think that Epstein is a total piece of shit. Subscribe to the channel if you want to see more streams like this where we react to Epstein material or just anything, really. Subscribe to the channel if you just want to help us out. You know, we're really trying to get to 9,000 subscribers by the end of the month. I think we could do it. So make sure you guys subscribe. It really does help the channel grow. So yeah, please take the time to subscribe, and let's keep watching.
That appear to show Church and Novak on Epstein's island, while they're undated. An email with them was sent in 2012. So these all continued for years after his previous conviction.
And according to the latest batch of emails released by DOJ, Epstein held a deep interest in the field, specifically of genetics. You have reported on this.
Wasn't Epstein trying to clone himself? I think that's why he was interested in the world of genetics. I think like he legitimately wanted, if I remember hearing one of the reports correctly, like I think Epstein actually wanted to make a clone of himself. Dead Man System says everyone should like and subscribe. Absolutely, dude. This is the greatest channel of all time. I appreciate it, Dead Man System. Yeah, everybody like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It really does help the channel grow in a lot of ways, and you get to watch me react live to various videos.
It showed that he paid for novel genetic testing to study.
We will be, just as a heads up, we will be reacting to Adam Livingston a little bit later on in the show. We're in hour number 1. We've already completed hour number 1 of the show. Once we get to hour number 2, or once we get closer to hour number 2 of the show, we are going to go in depth into a mind so delusional that you'll be like, it'll make me look sane. It'll make me look sane.
Study regenerative medicine. Were these connections tied to that same kind of obsession he had for researching ways to extend his own life?
Yeah, he was trying to clone himself, dude. He was trying to make a clone of himself.
It definitely appears so. So George Church, who is a geneticist who worked on a lot of this research about gene editing, actually connected Church to the physician who started those genetic tests for him. And then we see in the emails between Church and Epstein that the proposals that Church is making for funding different investments, different companies, include gene editing animals and plants to be disease resistant, studying the genetics of supercentenarians, or people who are over the age of 110, and even developing a cold resistant elephant, which is a nod to Church's longtime publicly stated goal of resurrecting the woolly mammoth.
Oh shit, they were dude, Epstein was trying to help them Epstein was trying to help them resurrect the woolly frickin' mammoth. The woolly mammoth, dude. My God.
And have any of these scientists or Harvard, the university, responded to the findings in these latest emails, Sarah?
So Harvard pointed us to their statement in November that says that they are reopening the investigation that they have had into the ties to Epstein. Novak and Church did not respond to us directly, but they have said in the past, Church apologized in 2019 for his association with Epstein, and Novak in 2021 said that he regrets developing that connection between Harvard and Epstein. It's important to note that neither of these men has been accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein's crimes, but this does raise new questions, or renew the questions about Harvard's policy and its previous investigation.
At first, when the Justice Department was forced to release these documents, the ramifications for corporate America were quite limited. But now we have seen a steady stream of significant resignations caused by executives' links to Jeffrey Epstein in these...
Yeah, it's because they got caught. They didn't think they were going to get caught. They were like, no, we're fine. We're fine. We're not fine. We're all over the files. That's the problem. A lot of these people thought they were totally good, and then they realized, oh shit, we are fucked. We are royally screwed, is what they said. And they realized it. They were like, dude, we are so fucked right now. We are so freaking fucked right now.
Files. The latest one is Tom Pritzker, the executive chairman at Hyatt Hotels. He said he's stepping down because he says he exercised, quote, terrible judgment in keeping ties with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Last week it was Kathy Rumler, the top...
Ghislaine Maxwell. Everybody loves Ghislaine. Hell yeah. Everybody loves Ghislaine.
At Goldman Sachs. After reporting by CNN's K-File and other media outlets.
Do you guys think that Jeffrey Epstein's just misunderstood? Just kidding. JK. But yeah, transhumanism is a thing that people are trying to extend their lives. They're trying to live to like 160. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's possible with modern science and stuff like that. But, you know, at this point in my life, my goal is just to accomplish what I can and to live a very a fulfilled life to the best of my abilities. And my goal really is to teach people about things like finance and that the real money is assets, and that cash is not king. Cash is valueless. Bitcoin is valueless. Cryptocurrency is valueless. All of it's stupid. And we're going to go into that in hour number 2 of the show. We're going to talk about, we're going to react to a video of a guy named, I can't even remember his fucking name. I have his name in the title of the show. Adam Livingston. Yeah, so Adam Livingston is a total Bitcoin shill, total POS. I hate this guy. But yeah, he's a total POS. Let's keep going.
Rumor says that she's stepping down at the end of June. There was a lot of scrutiny over her personal messages with Epstein and gifts that she had accepted.
Wasn't there like a gal? Yeah, the gal that got, one of the gals, yeah, Kathy Rumler. She got fired. She was like one of the lawyers for Goldman Sachs, but she got fired because her and Jeffrey Epstein were pretty tight. She called him Uncle Jeffrey, and Uncle Jeffrey bought her lots of cool items, like a Gucci bag, allegedly, and stuff like that. So she was like, fuck, I'm out. She was like, I'm out. I'm fucking out. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Everybody. Let's see if I recognize any of these names. Tom Pritzler, Hyatt Hotels. I just recently heard about him. Paul Weiss. Oh, Brad Karp with a company called Paul Weiss. Larry Summers, that's a name I've heard for a little bit, with Harvard University. I think he either stepped down or got fired. I'm not too sure, but Casey Wasserman of the Wasserman Group. He stepped down from his own law firm or something like that. I don't know if he's like a lawyer, but all these people were deeply, deeply, deeply involved, from allegedly, with Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Darcy says, yes, but this is what the goal is. Download a brain, manifest it in a biological robot, live forever, yeah?
Brad Karp resigning as well as the chairman of the prestigious law firm Paul Weiss. Casey Wasserman, the Hollywood talent agent, chair of the 2028 LA Olympics. He's selling his talent agency. He said that his ties to Epstein in the Epstein files had become a, quote, distraction to his firm. And late last year, Larry...
Damn right, because everybody's like, hey, use a pedo.
Summers, the famous
use a pedo.
He stepped down from the board of OpenAI, and he said he was, quote, deeply ashamed by his ties to Epstein. Now, I do want to stress that none of these business leaders have been accused of wrongdoing. However, they have been accused of exercising poor judgment, especially because some of them kept ties with Epstein long after his 2008 guilty plea for procuring a minor for prostitution. Now, I also think it's noteworthy that this may just be the beginning here. I talked to Bill George, who served on the board of directors over at Goldman Sachs and ExxonMobil, Target, and other companies, and he told me, quote, this is not over. He said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We're going to see more prominent people get implicated. Now, the problem for...
It's getting crazy, though, man. More people getting implicated. I mean, this is a huge deal. This is a huge deal, bronies. My pink brony bros.
Companies is just how toxic this Epstein issue has become. Companies are doing damage control. They're trying to protect their reputations. The last thing an investment bank wants is to lose a spot on a lucrative IPO or a mega merger because clients are worried about the fact that one of their executives was linked to Jeffrey Epstein. So
yeah, now everybody's just like, oh man, who the hell was linked on these files? How many of the people working for us are total pedos? How many people in our management are total pedos? Nobody knows who the pedo is until they actually search that person's name within the Epstein files. And then not only that, they have to figure out what is the context in which they are mentioned in the files. Are they simply mentioned just in a passing email? Or did they email Uncle Jeffrey and say, like, hey, Uncle Jeffrey, can you buy me a Gucci bag? If you guys are tired of the woke agenda, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys are really just done with everything woke, the world of woke has made the world a miserable place. And when you subscribe to the Michael Garza Show, you're really helping expose the world of woke, because we're tired of woke things. We're tired of the wokening. And in order to stop the wokening, it's shows like this that'll keep the message strong, saying, hey, once you go woke, you go fucking broke. So don't forget to subscribe to the Michael Garza Show. All day, every day, all night, all night long.
We've got to stay tuned here, Brianna, because there's millions of documents spanning many years, and we could very well see more resignations to come. Back to you.
He had many friends in high places.
We're joined.
He's got friends in high places. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Totally. Even the PDF prints, allegedly. The pedo prints. Allegedly. Let's keep going.
We're now by Democratic Representative Suha Subramaniam of Virginia. He serves on the House Oversight Committee. How do you respond to some of the criticism that we've already heard from survivors and others?
Why am I watching CNN? Because I like fake news. No, I really enjoy watching fake news networks, so I love watching CNN.
That
I love it.
This kind of accountability that we're seeing in the UK, at least his arrest.
You know, and I do believe that the mainstream media is the enemy of the people, so I do like to occasionally hear what the enemy of the people is saying. I mean, so far this seems like reasonable reporting. I feel like CNN is trying to win back the trust of the people. I mean, I don't trust CNN for the life of me, but let's keep going.
Is not being seen here in the United States.
They're absolutely right. I mean, you know, we're seeing a former prince now being arrested. I mean, think about that. And a former prime minister, right, in Norway as well. You're seeing really powerful people being held accountable in Europe. You're not seeing the same thing in the United States. I know a CEO just resigned, so there's something. Bill Gates isn't speaking at a conference now, but it's a far cry from what we're seeing in Europe. And we need to see more accountability from this administration when it comes to these folks who are involved in the Epstein saga.
Also in the UK, Peter Mandelson is under investigation for alleged misconduct in public office as well. He's accused of sharing market-sensitive information that could have financially benefited Epstein during the 2008 financial crisis when he was...
Oh, damn. So he was giving Epstein insider information during the 2008 crash? Or, wait, did I hear that correctly? Was Jeffrey Epstein giving him insider information, or was it vice versa? We'll see here in a second.
Was Britain's business secretary. When survivors demand that investigators...
Those are some pretty sexy glasses. I like those glasses. I don't know what it is about those glasses, but I like them. They don't look like full-on hipster glasses, but they kind of look like I'm a dignified top G. I'm a top G with top G glasses. These are the best glasses of all time. I'm a freaking genius. I'm a top G, top G, top G.
I imagine...
I'm a top G. I'm not a bottom G. Top G. Top G.
Part of it undoubtedly means this, because these kind of communications were found in the files, but there's something more to that as well, right?
Yeah, well, again, the sex trafficking was related to the finances and financial crimes. It was all related, including his social life, too. So Epstein mixed the three very carefully, but very well. And the one thing that I am very disappointed in is that this Treasury Department under this administration, the United States generally has not looked enough into his financial crimes. It relates to his sex trafficking crimes, but it's also going to open up in a whole different avenue of questioning that we have about his endeavors. And really, they're doing it in Europe, and it's only because we got these files released. There's still 2.5 million files out there, so we still don't have the transparency we need.
That's crazy how many files are still out there, though. They still haven't been released. You know, you'd think, like, hey, just release the files, bro. Release the bloody files. Release the bloody files, man. You got to release them, bro. You got to release them, man. Get those files out there, bro. Get those files out there to the public. The rest of them. Get them out there, dude. If you guys believe that all 6 million files need to be publicly available, need to be made available to the public, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys think that Donald Trump is still the man, subscribe to the channel. If you guys want J.D. Vance to be the president in 2028, please, for the love of God, subscribe to the channel. And if you guys have woke fatigue, if you guys are fatigued by guys like Tim Walz and all the woke agenda stuff, subscribe to the channel. We need you. We want you. We feel you. We hear you.
Just getting this far,
yes.
Look at what's happened. So that's why we've been doing this entire investigation in the first place, is to uncover crimes like this.
What about Les Wexner? He took part in this closed-door deposition yesterday. Your colleague, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, says that the retail billionaire told lawmakers he'd never been questioned directly by the FBI or DOJ about Epstein. He denies knowing anything about sex trafficking, but after Epstein's death, an FBI official referred to Wexner in an email as a secondary co-conspirator. His lawyers spoke to prosecutors way back in 2007 and in 2019 as well, but he was never directly questioned. Why is that?
Exactly. It's part of the cover-up. This is part of the reason why the American public is so upset about this entire Epstein saga, is because they didn't ask the right questions. They didn't do a full investigation. Then they gave him a sweetheart deal and suppressed all the work that the investigators did do. And so we have
cover-up of a cover-up of a cover-up, man. It's like cover-upception. That's what I'm getting out of this, man. That's my commentary on this. It just feels like it's getting worse and worse, man. It feels like it's getting worse and frickin' worse, man. We're almost to hour number 2 of the show, and we're going to be watching Adam Livingston in just a few moments. Before we do, though, we're going to keep watching some more Epstein. Hey, you guys, we're almost to 8,300 subscribers. Once again, we're almost to 8,300 subs. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button. We're currently sitting pretty. We're currently sitting pretty at 8,272 subs. Once again, we're sitting pretty. We're sitting pretty at 8,272 subscribers. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Let's keep watching this boring-ass segment.
Have more questions. I mean, Les Wexner, his memory all of a sudden goes when it comes to talking about Jeffrey Epstein. He's clearly not being forthcoming with our committee. And so that's why we need all the documents, is to find Les Wexner and what he did in these files.
We're also going to see some depositions, at least they've been scheduled, according to Oversight Chair Comer, with Richard Kahn and Darren Indyke. What do you want to learn from them?
They are the executors of the estate. They have come up many times when we've talked to victims. They know a lot, more than maybe anyone else. And so they were...
I think they need to question every single frickin' person who was on Jeffrey Epstein's will and received $1 million or more, or any sort of money. If you received any sort of assets or cash from Jeffrey Epstein by being in his will alone, that makes you very suspicious. I think that you need to follow the money here. These investigators are missing the point. The investigators need to be investigating the people who are on Jeffrey Epstein's will. Dude, he gave like millions of dollars to several different people. If you were to interrogate these people and be like, yo, why the hell did Jeffrey Epstein give you like $1 million? And why are you in his will? What are the reasons that you're in Jeffrey Epstein's will? Did you know about all the pedo shit that he was doing? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. What do you guys think, though? You guys think I'm insane? You guys think I'm losing my mind? But please subscribe to the channel, though, if you can. The more subscribers we get, the better. Follow the money. That's really the key. What I'm trying to say is follow the money. But make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. But yeah, I want to thank everybody for taking the time to just be on the channel today, and you guys are making the show a better show. You always do. You guys are always making this show very sexy, and I love it. And I know that it's you stopping me from falling, crashing down, losing ground, till I see you again. And you know the sun will shine and we will see. If there's nothing standing in our way, and love will stand. So let's see, Song Jones says, would you still love me if you found out I was on the Epstein? That's funny. Dead Man System says, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, follow the money, Dead Man System, exactly. Follow the money. Follow the money. Easy money. Easy money. Yeah, follow that fucking money, dude. Follow the frickin' money. You gotta follow it, bro. If you don't follow the money, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do, man? Hey, guys, thank you guys so much for subscribing to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one. It helps my pee-pee feel bigger, but I appreciate it. I'm just checking out a couple things real quick. One moment, everybody. My pink brony bros. And we dance at the gay club. Don't forget to tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. So, yeah, tap that like button, man. Tap that like button. Hey, check this out. Think Media Podcast says he made $10,000 by ignoring the YouTube playbook. That makes sense. I've been ignoring. So basically, the best way to stand out is to not do what everybody else is doing. If you try to avoid what everybody else is doing, like for example, I'm a React streamer for the most part, but I'm not reacting in the horizontal format. I'm reacting to videos in the vertical format intentionally because there's not as much competition in this space. I've been able to effectively take advantage of the lack of competition in this space, so I could be a pure play React streamer that everybody loves. So if you guys love the fact that I'm taking advantage of the YouTube algorithm the way that I am, please subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. So please, for the love of God, subscribe to the channel. I'm begging you, bro. I need your subscribes. So please subscribe. We're at 8,272 subs. So every subscriber matters. All subscribers' lives matter. Just do it. Nate Dogg just sent a happy poop yum yum. Thank you so much for the happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. I feel it in my butt. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Yum yum. 'Cause I love happy poop gifts. They make me feel so sexy. I'm really happy about my gifts. You are making me feel zesty. Oh, yeah. Do you feel zesty? Do you guys feel zesty yet? Yeah. Give me another moment. One moment, you guys. Hold on. I'm the GOAT, bro. I'm scrolling through, man. Damn, dude. You guys know that I love hedge funds, and I glaze hedge funds all the time. The hedgies! Oh my god, the hedgies! Everybody gets pissed because I glaze the hedge fund guys for making a lot of money. Look, I think betting against the retail investor is the smartest thing that most people can do, in my opinion, not financial advice. That's just what I believe. Look, I believe that the hedge funds are people too. Okay. No, but like, this is really cool. So hedge fund billionaire Chris Hones, TCI profited by a record $18.9 billion in 2025. So essentially, he probably bet against Bitcoin and other stupid shit. Most hedge funds are typically betting against stupid stuff, and they profit from the downfall of anything stupid. So a lot of them were probably hedging their bets against crypto. They thought, damn, Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme, so it's going to crash. So I bet you anything. Well, I wouldn't say anything, but if I was a betting man, I would say that Chris Hones was probably betting against Bitcoin the way I did, you know. But I'm curious, how did he profit $18.9 billion in 2025? Let's take a listen.
Forbes, hedge fund billionaire Chris Hones, TCI.
Oh, make sure you guys subscribe to Forbes and tap the like button on their video. Just check out this video on their channel as well when you have a moment, or just check out their channel.
Profited by a record $18.9 billion in 2025. Most of the world's best hedge funds have advanced quantitative models and deep investing teams across several asset classes. But in another standout year for old-fashioned stock investing, none fared better than British billionaire Chris Hones.
Hell yeah.
Chris Hones' London-based TCI fund management, with $77 billion in assets, recorded an estimated $18.9 billion in net gains.
That is so crazy, dude. $18.9 billion in net gains. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's beautiful, man. I love it. See, I love hedge funds, man. I love how hedge funds bet against the retail investor, because retail investors don't know shit about what a good investment is. So a lot of these retail investors are getting into stupid things like cryptocurrencies and really stupid penny stocks that are not going to be profitable ever. And what they do is they bet against these penny stocks accordingly and intelligently.
Gains last year. This was the largest single-year gain ever for a hedge fund, per Edmund de Rothschild's report. Driven by the strong stock market, the fund has gained $40 billion in the last 3 years, with a reported 27% net return last year. Forbes now estimates Hones' personal fortune at $11.8 billion, up from
$11.8 bill, hell yeah.
$2 billion a year prior. TCI has a concentrated portfolio of just 9 U.S.-listed equities, totaling $52.7 billion, including GE Aerospace, Microsoft, Visa, Moody's, and S&P Global. GE Aerospace, General Electric's main offshoot after its 2022 spin-offs, was TCI's largest holding at $14.2 billion by late September, with its stock gaining 85% in 2025.
Hell yeah, that's actually really good. So it sounds well. Here's the thing: hedge funds, they do invest in things. They invest in, specific companies and stuff like that. But they also do bet against a lot of stuff too. It depends on what kind of hedge fund, though. It really is at the end of the day. But let's keep going.
Also invest in European aerospace stocks Airbus and Safran, which both rose over 40% last year. As of March 31st, 2025, the firm's latest annual report showed an $82 million dividend to Hone's parent company and $797 million in charitable donations. This included $637 million to the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, the namesake charity founded and chaired by Hone, which supports climate causes, children's health, and reproductive rights. With $68.4 billion in net gains since its 2004 inception, TCI reached fifth on this year's Edmund de Rothschild rankings. This annual list is produced by Rick Sofer, a senior advisor at Edmund de Rothschild and former chairman of LCH Investments, which is the world's oldest fund of hedge funds and an Edmund de Rothschild subsidiary. Sofer's research revealed that the top 20 managers collectively made $115.8 billion in gains last year.
Damn, dude.
Contributing to the hedge fund industry's record $543 billion total.
Wild.
Sofer attributed this strong performance to, quote, a combination of record high assets under management, strong equity and bond markets, and sizable macro trading opportunities.
Yeah, it just seems like, and a lot of these guys, they have an understanding. A lot of these hedge funds have a better understanding of the market than most people do. So a lot of them are going to make money hand over fist. Now, not all hedge funds are successful, by the way. Sometimes it's not always. Sometimes it can be advantageous to act like a hedge fund, and then other times it isn't. And it just depends on when it's. It just depends on when it's advantageous and when it isn't. That's really the question you got to ask: is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? That sort of thing. And I pretty much invest. I invest for the long term, but I also have 20 to 30% of my portfolio swing traded, which is basically precious metals at this point. I swing trade like gold and silver, mainly silver. I prefer to swing trade silver overall, using the SLV primarily. I was using P-Silv for a little bit, but it's not as accurate on the spot price. It's a closed-end fund, so it's not always going to be as accurate as like an ETF. And SLV is a very liquid ETF, so you can get in with SLV. You can get in and get out whenever you want. It's beautiful. It's a lot more affordable for me to swing trade the spot price of silver from the comfort of my own home on my smartphone than it is going from store to store in my local town, buying silver and then selling it, because I would have to sell it at under 9% of the spot price. That kind of sucks. So in a lot of ways, you're kind of getting ripped off a lot of the time. So I prefer to just swing trade I prefer to swing trade silver ETFs, because the spot price is traditionally accurate, and it's really a good opportunity to buy the dips. Zinc Roofer says metals took a pretty big dump today. That's the whole goal, Zinc Roofer. I don't think you understand the concept of swing trading, Zinc Roofer. So I keep about roughly $4,000 to $5,000 in my brokerage in spare cash. And what I do is I buy silver on the dip. I buy silver ETFs like the SLV, not financial advice, but this is just what I do. And then when the price of silver goes down and down and down, I buy a little silver here. I buy a little silver here. I buy a little silver here. So I buy silver when the price is going down. And then when silver eventually goes back on a bull run, I make a lot of extra dough. It's just as simple as that. It's called swing trading. You buy the dip on something that you know is naturally valuable, and you hold on to it as long as you need to. And then once it goes back up in price, that's when you can sell for a profit. Yeah, I love swing trading silver, man. Yeah, metals, precious metals are always, there's going to be days where precious metals go down 7%. Well, mainly silver. Silver is very volatile. But this is one of the reasons why I prefer swing trading the silver market, because of its excessive volatility. I love the volatility of the metal markets, specifically silver. I think it's the best. I think it's the best thing to swing trade. I love the volatility. I really do. I love the volatility of silver. But I also own a lot of silver mine stocks, silver mining and gold mining stocks, just because I think it's a smart thing to do. Do I think there's going to be a buyback again? I don't know. A buyback of what specifically? So the Zinc Roofer says he bought his silver when it was $13. Absolutely, that's smart, bro. Yeah, I got into a lot of silver mining companies. So when I got into the silver mining companies that I was investing in, I ended up having a good time. I'll tell you that. I've had a lot of gains in my portfolio because of the price of gold and silver going up like crazy. I think a lot of people are realizing that the dollar's dead. I mean, the dollar's been dead for a long time because it's not backed by anything except for a promise. And I think a promise is a terrible backing. It's just like Bitcoin. Bitcoin isn't backed by shit except for open source software that's easily duplicatable. When it comes to the buyback, I mean gold, I don't know. I mean, I just buy silver on the dip, and then I and then I just sell it on it when it goes back up. I'm a simple man. I'll tell you that, man. I am a simple dude. And the funny thing is, there's really nothing too complex about the system that I'm working under, in the way that I swing trade. So it makes my life easier. But yeah, I really love swing trading. I'm addicted to it. I think it's probably one of the better things that I do when it comes down to it. But yeah. Yeah, swing trading's excellent, though. I think more people, I don't know if everybody should do it, because I think there's a lot of people that just don't have the ability to mentally handle volatile environments. I think if you're unable to handle the volatility, you shouldn't get into it. I personally love volatility. I think it's because I kind of have a little bit of a volatile mind, I think. A slight volatile mind, but yeah. Honestly, I'm not even phased. 'Cause when I win the Grammy, I'll make sure to say thanks. It's fire, I'm going higher and higher, hey. When you point your finger my way, just know that you... Hey guys, make sure you guys tap the like button. The more likes we get on the stream, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one, so don't forget to tap that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It really does help the channel grow, so don't forget to subscribe. Let's go, bro.
Ken Griffin's Citadel is the most profitable hedge fund ever, hitting $90.4 billion in total gains with a
90.4 billion. Citadel? Was that Citadel? No, hold on. I got to hear if he said Citadel.
Ever, hitting $90.4 billion markets and sizable record high assets under management, strong equity and bond markets, and sizable macro trading opportunities. Ken Griffin's Citadel is the most profitable hedge fund ever, hitting $90.4 billion in total gains.
$90.4 billion in total gains, dude. Wow. Wow.
Wellington Fund's 10.2% net return in 2020.
See, I love the fact that the game is rigged. I love the fact that the stock market is rigged, mainly because I know how it's rigged. And when you know how something is rigged, you can align with the rigging, right? If you understand how and why it's rigged, you can take advantage of any system. I know, for example, the silver markets are very, very rigged, but I know that if I buy low and I sell high, I will always win in the world of swing trading silver. And I always keep a large cash supply in my brokerage account to utilize towards the swing trading principles that I love to implement. I'm just playing it in a different way. I play the game in a lot of different ways, and but yeah, no, I love swing trading silver. It's really one of my favorite things to do, and I know that I can constantly make a good amount of money just taking the time to swing trade the way that I swing trade. So it all works out in the end, is what I'm trying to get at.
2023 was its worst since 2018. trailing the HFRI Fund Weighted Composite Index's average hedge fund net return of 12.6% and the S&P 500's 17.9%. Despite this, Citadel boasts a 19.2% annualized net return since 1990, crushing the S&P 500 by over 8.
Oh, hey guys, don't forget to tap the like button. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So please, for the love of Pete, man, don't forget to tap the like button. We're trying to reach 100 likes before the end of the stream. So once again, tap the like button so we could reach our goal of getting 100 likes before the end of the stream. Can we do it? I don't know.
8 percentage points. D.E. Shaw and Bridgewater were 2025's biggest winners after TCI and are second and third, respectively, on the all-time list. Bridgewater's flagship Pure Alpha Fund returned 34% in 2025, netting an estimated $15.6 billion in gains. Led by CEO Nir Bar-Dia and co-CEOs Bob Prince, Greg Jensen, and Karen Karanal-Tambor, the firm is now without retired founder Ray Dalio. D.E. Shaw earned an estimated $12.7 billion, with its multi-strategy composite fund returning 18.5%, and the macro-focused Oculus fund posting 28.2%. Collectively, the top 20 firms have generated $970 billion in gains since inception, making it a hard list for up-and-coming firms to crack without a lengthy
Yeah, some of these firms, man, they just get bigger and bigger.
Track record. The same 20 hedge funds on the list last year made this year's list, with none moving up or down more than 2 spots. All 20 were founded before 2005, and TCI is the only one in the top 15 with an inception date after 2000. Despite lagging the bull market, the hedge fund industry remains popular. Global hedge funds saw an 11-year high in inflows, attracting $71 billion in the first 3 quarters of 2025, boosting assets under management to $4.98 trillion.
Damn.
This growth comes as other alternatives private equity struggle with high.
And here's the thing: I feel like hedge funds, they just have an advantage. They're very good about risk management. And I feel like private equity is not as good as a hedge fund when it comes to risk management. For example, I kind of operate in a very similar way to a hedge fund in a lot of ways, because whenever like silver dips, I'm buying the silver dip and then I'm selling on the incline. Whereas also, while I'm swing trading silver a lot, I'm also buying and holding like the VT for the long term. And because I have a large buy and hold portfolio that's heavily diversified, I've got nothing to worry about at the end of the day. I can sleep soundly at night knowing that I have one of the best portfolios out there. I've got a great portfolio, man. It's so sexy. It's very diversified too. That's the thing about the portfolio I have. It's heavily diversified, and the more diversified, the better, man. That's the way to do it, bro. Keep your portfolio diversified. That is the way to go, man. That's the way to roll. That's the way you got to go. That's the way you got to flow.
Stock valuations.
All right, let's watch Adam Livingston. I'm going to pour myself a glass of water here in a second. So this guy, Adam Livingston, is a total tool. He loves Michael Saylor and he loves Bitcoin. I think he loves it. Okay. Let's see why Adam Livingston is more bullish than ever on Bitcoin. Let's see why this tool is promoting. ET is saying YouTube is deleting my comments about your feet. Oh my God. Why do you want to see my feet so badly? Why do you want to see? Everybody wants to see my feet. It's the weirdest thing, dude. Everybody wants to see my feet. Can't explain it, bro.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adam Livingston, and I am the Bitcoin Wizard. Welcome to why I am more bullish than ever on Bitcoin.
This guy is such a moron. This guy is... So if there's anybody who's going to make me hate Bitcoin any more than I already do, and I hate Bitcoin a lot because I know it's a Ponzi scheme, I hate the entire crypto markets, to be honest, because they're all Ponzi schemes. It's a bunch of degenerate gamblers all getting together, pumping up coins, going on Reddit message boards saying, hey guys, this Dogecoin's gonna pump up to 2 cents. You guys better get in. It's so stupid. It's basically gambling. They use phrases that are very similar to MLM schemes as well. For example, have fun staying poor. That is something they say all the fucking time. Hey, you're gonna be poor if you don't get into Bitcoin. All the Bitcoin bros, I'm sorry, guys like this guy do not advocate for Bitcoin well. In fact, it's crypto channels like Adam Livingston who make me want to veer away from cryptocurrency because it is a stupid fucking Ponzi scheme. Once again, crypto is a stupid freaking Ponzi scheme, especially Bitcoin. Bitcoin, by the way, allegedly, Jeffrey Epstein funded the original Bitcoin project. Isn't that crazy? You know what that means? That Bitcoin is Bitcoin was created by PDF files for PDF files. Let that sink in, everybody. You're using a pedocurrency.
Bitcoin. The timing of this talk today is perfect because Bitcoin just pulled the classic move. It's corrected almost 50% and everybody is freaking out. Coin always drops 50% and then my Twitter timeline instantly converts into a support group meeting for grown adults to ask permission to feel hope again.
Okay, first off, you're a grown adult, and in the fact that you're investing in I don't even consider Bitcoin an investment. You're a grown adult who has an entire YouTube channel dedicated to Bitcoin. You have no room to talk. You are telling people to buy into a phony baloney dildo money, which isn't even real money. Bitcoin should be seen as a collectible, nothing more, nothing less. That's all a digital collectible at that. It's not even valuable. There's nothing intrinsically valuable about Bitcoin, and this is why I feel sad for anybody who thinks that Bitcoin is a real currency, because it's not. Bitcoin is not a real currency. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Bitcoin is phony baloney didlo money.
That emotional climate really matters because Bitcoin offers its best deals in maximum psychological disgust. The entry points with the best long-run horizon.
Okay, when I watch this fucking loser, I have to see this. It's a Nido ball. It's a Nido cube. I have to squeeze this thing just to feel just to hold back my anger. I have to squeeze a stress cube. Because when I watch this guy, I swear my blood pressure boils. Like this guy makes me so mad. Look at this. I have to squeeze the fuck out of that thing because every time I watch this See You Next Tuesday, I get so effing bad. I don't actually hold a lot of cash. I actually hold on to stocks. So I hold on to stocks, real estate, precious metals, and that's about it. I basically protect myself from inflation. Bitcoin is so worthless. Bitcoin is going to eventually go down to zero because you know why? It deserves to go down to zero for its lack of intrinsic value. It has no real-world utility, the same as the dollar. The dollar has no real-world value, and it deserves to go to zero as well. The dollar deserves to go to zero in buying power. It deserves to have $0 in buying power. The dollar and Bitcoin both have one big thing in common. They're both fiat currencies. They're both fiat.
Expectancy usually arrive wrapped in fear, wrapped in doom posting, and people rediscovering the word scam like it's some new invention. So here is my thesis in plain English, my dearest little goblin rats. Bitcoin sits in a historically deep drawdown zone. Momentum.
I cannot stand this guy. We're 55 seconds in, and I just want to throw this Nido cube at the fucking screen. I want to throw it at the screen. I can't do it. This guy sucks so much. It's so sad that people watch this guy's channel. It really pisses me off that people watch this guy. This guy doesn't deserve an audience, is what I'm trying to say.
Is washed out across multiple time frames and prices stretched far below the long-term trend proxies. Those three conditions together have repeatedly preceded strong 12 and 24-month forward distributions in the Bitcoin price data from 2018 to 2026. And then the fourth ingredient shows up, and this is what makes it spicy. The policy and institutional regime has shifted toward Bitcoin at the same time. So while the price action is busy committing emotional terrorism, the structural world is still building the pipes.
The only terrorism that's being committed is crypto channels telling people that cryptocurrency is a safe haven for your wealth. If you think that cryptocurrency is a real asset, if you guys really think that it's a true asset, I seriously have a bridge to sell you, dude. I have a bridge to sell you, dude. Crypto is so bad. Crypto is one of the worst investments you could ever make. If you're trying to make a good long-term investment, crypto is not your answer. Crypto is grifto. Crypto is grifto. You know it, and I know it. Cryptocurrency is grifter currency. Keep that in mind, okay? Let's keep watching.
Pro-Bitcoin leadership across key financial regulators, legislative momentum like the Clarity Act, for example, strategic reserve rhetoric, state-level reserve activity, banks moving toward legal custody pathways, stablecoin rails going mainstream, and IBIT being the most successful ETF launch ever. These are just a few reasons why I think
Freaking IBIT, dude. It's all about the S-bit, in my opinion. The S-bit is one of the best. The Biddy, I love Biddy. Biddy is a good one if you want to bet against Bitcoin. It's not an endorsement of those and not financial advice, but I love the Biddy to bet against Bitcoin, and I love the S-bit. It's another way to bet against Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin sucks, and I think that I think the smartest thing that anybody could do is to bet against it, because anything with an intrinsic value of zero, anything that has an intrinsic value of zero, absolutely will and deserves to go to zero. Zero, zero, zero. It deserves to go to zero. I think you all know that. I would like to believe that everybody's aware of that.
Bitcoin is tremendously oversold right now. And therefore, I'm bullish because I like to buy when everybody's bearish so I can make more money than them. And
I do that with silver because here's the thing. I buy during silver bear markets. You want to know why? Do you want to know why, buddy? Because silver actually has intrinsic value. Silver has actual utility. Silver can be used in a variety of purposes. That's the point I'm trying to make. Bitcoin, on the other hand, Bitcoin is not backed by anything except for very flimsy software. Bitcoin is ClickCoin. Say it again with me. Bitcoin is ClickCoin, man. But yeah, no, I'm just, you know me, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin at all. I think that, yeah, go woke and go broke, man. I don't hold the U.S. dollar, and I do not hold Bitcoin. And I'll tell you why. I think you all know why I don't hold Bitcoin, because I know it's a Ponzi scheme. If something is clearly a Ponzi scheme, I don't want to hold it. Why would I hold on to a Ponzi scheme? It's not Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme, not a long-term investment. I will say this though. Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme disguised as a long-term investment. I repeat, Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme disguised as a long-term investment. Odin is saying that gold will be illegal soon. Why the hell would gold be illegal? That would be stupid. I think holding on to gold is one of the smartest things that people can do, though. I don't understand. Holding gold is amazing. Making gold illegal would be so fucking dumb. If the world made gold illegal, that would be the dumbest move ever. Straight up, that would be the dumbest move of all time. I'm serious. It'd be ridiculous. Anyway, let's keep watching. And by the way, this guy's name is Adam Livingston. He's a total chud. And he keeps telling everybody that Bitcoin is an actual investment. And he is the most financially illiterate person that I've ever seen on YouTube. And I just can't help but call this guy out. He might be the most financially illiterate person, and the reason he's financially illiterate is because he believes that Bitcoin actually is an asset, when in all reality, it's a string of data. It's not backed by anything of real value. It has no real-world utility, and it's bullshit. The only reason that Bitcoin goes up and down is because idiots are trading it. And when you have enough idiots trading something back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, of course, you're going to have price go up, price go down very rapidly. But here's the thing. My theory goes like this. Anything with an intrinsic value of 0 eventually goes to 0. And so silver, for example, even when silver, let's do a little quick thing. Let's do a thought experiment here. Silver and Bitcoin, right? Let's say silver and Bitcoin are going down in price. Hypothetically speaking, right? If Bitcoin is down 30% in a day and silver is down 30% in the day, which dip am I going to most likely buy? Which dip would I feel more comfortable purchasing? What do you guys think? What dip do you guys think that I would be most comfortable purchasing? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with ilver. Silver. I would absolutely buy silver on the dip before I would ever buy Bitcoin on the dip. That'd be stupid. Why would I buy Bitcoin on the dip when Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme and that the only thing, I'm trading my cash for a string of worthless data. Basically, all Bitcoin really is at the end of the day is a decentralized public ledger. The strings of data that you have are not even truly yours. Right? I'll tell you this. If you took away the market prices of Bitcoin and silver and looked at Bitcoin and silver as a purer product, obviously silver would win as the purer product, because if you look at Bitcoin, it's just a fucking string of data. If you look at silver, oh yeah, silver's actually a useful metal in reality. And then I look at Bitcoin, I'm thinking, oh, this is a fucking string of data. This sucks. This has no intrinsic value, and there's no usefulness in reality with it. So I would rather buy silver when the price of silver is going down, because why? Silver will always be in demand, and the reason for it being in demand is because of its utility. Its utility equates to its intrinsic value. The fact of the matter is, silver has massive utility not only as a conductor, it is used in certain medicines as well, like Silvadene, if you guys have heard of that. There's plenty of useful methods for silver. Silver is used in the medical field frequently. It's used in technology. There will always be a demand. There will always be a demand for silver. Whereas the demand for Bitcoin, the only time there will be a demand for Bitcoin is if there's some sort of good or bad news about it, right? So the demand will always wane on Bitcoin, and the reason why retail investors are leaving Bitcoin in droves is very simple. Retail investors are coming to the realization that all these crypto channels out there, like Adam Livingston, are the problem. They're promoting, guys like Adam Livingston are trying to convince you, the people. They're trying to convince you, the people, to invest in something that has no intrinsic value. They're trying to tell you something. They're basically trying to convince you that, how do I phrase this? They're trying to persuade you. They're trying to persuade you into trading your cash for something that has no intrinsic value. They're trying to tell you that something that has no value has value. They're trying to convince you that a lie is the truth. They're trying to convince you that a lie is the truth. And the lie, ultimately the real lie, is Bitcoin has value. That is a lie. Bitcoin has no value. The truth is Bitcoin is completely valueless. It has no intrinsic value. Therefore, anything with an intrinsic value of 0, like I've been saying over and over and over again, eventually goes to 0. But nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody wants to listen to me. I've been telling you guys over and over and over again that Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. You guys don't listen to me. You guys don't hear me. I'm going to repeat it again. Bitcoin falls under the rules of greater fool theory. In fact, you know what? Let's look up, what is the definition of greater fool theory? Let's look this up. I'm going to look it up on Google. Greater fool theory. The AI overview for Gemini is saying the greater fool theory posits that one can profit from buying overvalued assets regardless of their fundamental value by selling them later to a greater fool willing to pay a higher price. It is a speculative strategy common during market bubbles. Examples would be crypto, tech stocks, even housing, that works only when the bubble bursts and no more buyers remain, leaving the last investor with significant losses overall. Key aspects of the greater fool theory. And by the way, Bitcoin, I just want to let you guys know that Bitcoin is equal to the greater fool theory. Bitcoin is the epitome of greater fool theory, okay? So key aspects of the greater fool theory. Detached from reality, the theory applies when asset prices rise based on irrational speculation rather than intrinsic value, such as earnings or rental income. The greater fool mechanism. Investors, sometimes knowing an asset is overvalued, buy with the expectation that they can quickly find someone even more eager or less informed to purchase it at a higher price. Bubble mentality. It is driven by market hype and FOMO, fear of missing out, leading to a cycle where the price increases slowly because people believe it will continue to rise. The crash. When the market corrects, the price plummets, and the last person to hold the asset is the greatest fool of them all. They cannot, and they can't even sell it for a profit. They're left holding the bag, often incurring massive losses. So here's a few examples in context of greater fool theory. Tulip mania in various bubbles. Historical examples include the 17th century Dutch tulip mania, the dot-com bubble, and more recently, some cryptocurrency markets. All cryptocurrency markets are everything related to crypto. If you hear the word cryptocurrency, whether it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, any of those, all you need to know is that it's a scam. It's a scam. That's all you got to know. It's a flat-out scam, okay? Collectibles. Rare items like whiskey bottles or trading cards can sometimes experience price surges driven by this theory, where the price decouples from the item's actual utility or rarity value. Not investing. This approach is considered speculation or gambling rather than investing, as it disregards fundamental research in favor of market timing. And that's the point. That is the point, man. Silver is not for boomers, bro. Dude, silver is amazing. I think silver is a great Silver is a fantabulous commodity, though. Give me a moment. We're going to react to a little more Adam Livingston, even though this guy's a total chud. Oh boy. Let me just drink some more water.
Overlap in the asset is really rare because right now we have the depressed pricing conditions plus accelerating structural adoption of the asset. And that's why my conviction goes up from here, because the market to me is offering asymmetry. The short-term tape, yeah, it looks like a horror movie, obviously, but the long horizon distribution looks right-tailed, where a small number of very large upside outcomes do most of the work. So the mission today is very simple. You think I'm bullish based on vibes? No, I'm bullish based on math. I am going to dig into...
No, I think you're bullish based... Dude, math is not a part of your equation, by the way. This guy doesn't understand intrinsic value. He is not calculating intrinsic value. The only thing he is calculating is perceptual value. He is assuming that the crowd is going to get back into Bitcoin, which he very well could be correct. I don't know. But I still think that buying the dip on Bitcoin is suicide. Occasionally I will buy the dip on Bitcoin if it's down far enough. I'll buy like $10 worth of Bitcoin. But that's about the extent of it. Other than that, I just don't trust it, man. I don't trust it for the life of me, bro.
The probabilities. I'm going to show the historical conditioning, and I'm going to show why this type of environment has produced some of the most attractive long horizon setups Bitcoin ever offers. Because at moments like this, the trade belongs to the people who can think in probability distributions while everybody else is thinking in emotions. Now, before I get into the math to blow your mind about what I perceive to be such an amazing entry here, I want to take a quick moment and thank Horizon. Horizon helps you take your trapped home equity to buy Bitcoin. That's correct, your trapped home equity that is sitting there, not doing anything for you. They help you take your trapped home...
Oh, no. He's trying... Oh, not this... Oh. Every time he does this advertisement, I want to throw up. I just want to throw up because he's trying to convince stupid people who own a home already. He's trying to convince people to take part of their equity and use it to borrow against part of their equity of their home. Oh my God. So they're going to borrow against part of the equity of their home, and you know what they're going to do with it? They're going to buy it. They're going to actually... Oh, no. This makes me so mad. This makes me angry. It really does. So essentially what he's trying to say is this. This service allows you to take the some of the equity of your home and use it to get a loan against your home, against part of your home's equity, to get that loan and use it towards buying Bitcoin. You heard me right. That's a scam. That is a scam. This is a total fucking scam, dude. Well, yeah, Bitcoin's stupid, Kevin. So Kevin Riazzi saying, be serious, dude, $10 in Bitcoin on the dip? Yeah, because Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. I've made more money betting against... Dude, I've made so much money betting against Bitcoin that the only time I'll ever buy into Bitcoin again is if Bitcoin's going down really far. I basically use the S-bit and the biddy to bet against Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin crashed about 50%, I was able to make a fuck ton of money because the S-bit ETF allows me to profit off of the downfall of Bitcoin. So I profited really heavily on the downfall of Bitcoin. Now I'm kind of just buying a little bit here, a little bit there. I don't believe in Bitcoin. You want to know why I don't believe in Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. A Ponzi scheme. Do you, Kevin Riazzi, do you know what a Ponzi scheme is? It's Bitcoin. It's I guess you could say timeshares, I guess, could be considered a little bit of a Ponzi scheme. Pyramid scheme. MLM scheme. I would say that actually Bitcoin kind of resembles more of a Ponzi scheme, a digital Ponzi scheme, except for there's no central leadership. So you could say it's a decentralized Ponzi scheme is what Bitcoin really is. No, Bitcoin is absolutely a Ponzi scheme, and if you don't believe me, you need to understand finance, bro. To all the Bitcoin bros like Kevin Riazzi, yeah, I'll buy it $10 on the dip. Why not? Because Bitcoin sucks. Here's the thing, man. Bitcoin is eventually going to go to near zero levels because Bitcoin is more of a cult. Bitcoin is a cult, is what I'm trying to say. It is an absolute dumpster fire cult. Bitcoin is a cult. Have I made myself clear? Have I made myself frickin' clear, bruh? My pink brony bros, and we dance at the gay club. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong down at the... Yeah, but Bitcoin, the entire cryptocurrency community is a total cult.
Home equity to buy digital orange immortality at perhaps...
Digital orange immortality. This guy's a moron. Did you guys hear what he just called Bitcoin? Digital orange immortality. God damn it, dude. Bitcoin is such a fucking Ponzi scheme. Kevin Riazzi says, yes, haha, I didn't know about these bear ETFs for Bitcoin. I've made hundreds of thousands buying dips and selling at the market top. It may be a cult, but it's done well for a lot of people. But yeah, you do realize that it participates in greater fool theory, right? I will say, Kevin, I want you to educate yourself on greater fool theory because you know what? Because Bitcoin doesn't produce any products. Bitcoin at the end of the day is just a worthless string of data, and I think most people need to realize that. Like take away the market price of Bitcoin, take away the market price of silver or gold, and look at them as pure products. What is their intrinsic value? I look at Bitcoin and I see a string of data, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, this string of data is mine, but what is the point of this? Like, what is the actual utility of this product? What is its intrinsic value? And honestly, it's fucking worthless. Now, let's look at silver and gold. Oh, well, silver and gold actually have usefulness in the real world. People can actually use silver and gold in multiple applications. So there's always going to be a natural demand for silver and gold, whereas there is no real natural demand for Bitcoin. There's no natural demand for Bitcoin, period, end of story. And that's my problem with Bitcoin. Yeah, and Tristan Allen, I can't believe the dude in this video, exactly. So Tristan Allen's saying he can't believe the dude wants you to take your house, which is physical, and risk losing it to buy an imaginary coin. Yeah, make it make sense, dude. Make it fucking make sense. This guy, though, this Adam Livingston guy, is one of the reasons why I can't stand the cryptocurrency community. He's one of the many, many reasons I can't stand the cryptocurrency community. It's a fucking cult. It is a stupid cult. And people don't realize that Bitcoin in itself participates in greater fool theory. For example, if let's say I bought Bitcoin back in the day when it was at $100, right? Has Bitcoin really changed that much from back in the day to now? No, it really hasn't. It's still the same piece of shit product that it was before. Now, let's look 10, 20 years later. I bought it at 100. Oh, now it's worth $100,000? So this stupid, worthless string of data that I bought for $100 back in the near whenever, back in the day, is now worth $100,000. Of course I'm going to sell it because I know intrinsically this is fucking worthless piece of shit. So basically, originally I was one of the early fools, but now I get to sell this thing. I was the fool who bought it at $100, but now I get to sell it to an even stupider person who's going to buy it at $100,000. What a moron. What a fucking moron. You just bought a string of data for $100,000? You stupid piece of shit. That's basically what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is greater fool fucking theory. And yet, anybody saying, oh, you're being too negative about Bitcoin, you're spreading fear. You're spreading fear. You're FUD. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That is, by the way, fear, uncertainty, and doubt are the defining characteristics of Bitcoin. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt are the defining characteristics of the entire crypto community. Entire cryptocurrencies themselves. There is nothing intrinsically valuable at all about crypto. It is a speculative BS asset that only gamblers use. Only stupid, degenerate gamblers get into Bitcoin. Fucking mic drop, bitches. I'm so mad right now, dude. I'm so fucking heated. I'm so sick of guys like this. I'm sick of dudes like this Adam Livingston guy telling you, hey, it's okay to use part of the equity of your fucking home to go and get fucking Bitcoin. Yeah, let's use it to buy the dip on Bitcoin, even though I'm not even too sure if it's going to go up anymore. What a fucking chud, dude. What a chud.
Perhaps one of the best entries we have seen for the asset ever.
I sincerely hate cryptocurrency. I think it is a net negative to society. I think it is one of the stupidest cults that I've ever seen in my lifetime. Like, there are stupid cults, like satanic cults are really stupid. But I think cryptocurrency cults might even be stupider than satanic cults. I said it. I think you cryptocurrency people are even dumber than Satanists. There, I said it. I said it. Satanists are stupid. But people who get into crypto at an excessive level, God, you're all fucking... Nah, I'm not going to say everybody is. I'm just mad. But I will say this. Crypto sucks. I've made a lot of... By the way, I've made a lot of money on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Don't get me wrong. I just think that they're all a waste of flipping time. And I love betting against crypto.
You are interested in putting...
Tristan Allen says, Warren Buffett said that if you knew who created Bitcoin, you would sell and run for the hills. Yeah. Well, actually, I think that was Dan Pena. Who said it. But then again, maybe Warren Buffett also said it too. I don't know. Maybe Warren Buffett knew that Epstein was the creator of Bitcoin, or at least funded the Bitcoin project, allegedly. Allegedly. There we go.
Your home equity to work through Bitcoin, the asset that is apex, that destroys the inflation rate. Consider...
How the fuck does Bitcoin destroy the inflation rate? How? Just because there's 21 million Bitcoin that could ever be created within this stupid public ledger doesn't mean it's inflation resistant, because it needs to actually have real world utility, in which it does not. You are literally owning a string of data. Even if that string of data is limited to some capacity, it's still a fucking... It's just so... It blows my mind, dude. Like, I get so angry. When I see irresponsible fuckheads like this guy telling people to take part of their equity and putting it towards Bitcoin. This guy's a sick piece of crap, dude. This guy is a terrible person. This guy is not a good person right here. This guy is a scammer. This guy is a grifter. All crypto channels are grifter channels. I repeat, I'm giving you guys a warning right now. Any channel that is heavily pro crypto is a scammer channel. A scammer channel. Scammers. They are scammers. They are trying to F you over big time. They're trying to get you into the Ponzi scheme. You want to know why they want to get you in the Ponzi scheme? They want the price to go up. Because whenever the price goes up, they're able to sell to another stupid person. They're able to sell their worthless product that they got at a certain price and sell it to some other moron at a higher price.
Horizon. Go to joinhorizon.com. They will help you every single step of the way. Link is in the description below. I'll talk more about Horizon at the end of the video. All right, here is the foundation for today's sermon, okay? It answers one question. Where are we in this?
No, this Adam Livingston guy makes my blood boil. I've never been so angry at a person in my life. This guy makes me so upset. I try not to let people have that sort of power over me. But I'm upset. You guys got to give me a second, man. I'm really heated. I'm really pissed off. Like, I get pissed off when I see grifters like this try to. It's so financially irresponsible for him to say, "Hey, guess what? Take some of the unused equity on your fucking house. Take some of the unused equity on your fucking house, and then use it to buy Bitcoin." What a fucking chud, dude. He's a fucking gambler. That would be like me saying, "Hey, why don't you take part of the equity of your house and then take a loan out with it, and then take that loan and go down to the roulette table at the casino?" That's what that guy is doing. That guy's a piece of shit, dude. Dude's a piece of crap. I'm so angry. It's one of the worst fucking schemes I've ever heard. It's a Ponzi, bro. Tristan Allen says, "Have you heard about Charles?" Who's Charles? Are you talking about Prince Charles, or are you talking about another Charles? Wait, who's Charles? Who are we talking about here?
Cycle statistically. In the data set between January 1st, 2018 and today, Bitcoin peaked around 126K in early October 2025. Yeah, it's saying 124 because these are closing prices. I know the all-time high was 126. Calm down. But then we saw recently that it fell to a local low in the low 60s in February this month, 2026. That's basically a 50% drawdown. Now, for a
This guy's a moron, dude. This guy is a certified moron.
normal asset, a 50% drawdown feels like a civilizational event. For Bitcoin, it's part of the design. This market moves in...
It's not part of the design, by the way, you moron. The reason that Bitcoin is volatile is because nobody can truly agree upon the price. And then what happens is the demand fluctuates based on the news. So the sad part is the price fluctuates based on how much demand is created by basically pump and dumps. So what happens is people go on the internet, they all go on Reddit boards, and they're like, "Hey, everybody, let's all buy Bitcoin at the same time and let's artificially pump up the price." And then that's what happens. There is no real rhyme or reason for why Bitcoin goes up and down besides the fact that a bunch of morons decide to get into Bitcoin and then get out of Bitcoin at a certain point. They're all trying to get out before each other. They're trying to get in at a certain point, and they're trying to get out at a certain point. You want to know why they're trying to get out at a certain point? Because they're like, I don't want to be a bag holder, so I'm going to totally sell this at a higher price. He's Sir Charles of Windsor, or AKA Jailbird. Wait, you talking about Prince Andrew? I think you might be talking about Prince Andrew, actually. Yeah, I think you're talking about Prince Andrew.
Violent waves. It expands, it contracts, it cleans out the degenerate leverage out there, it cleans out the tourists, and it resets the board. And here's why this matters. Because instead of arguing about vibes, we can measure what historically followed these deep drawdown conditions. So I take every day in the data set, then I calculate how far Bitcoin was below its all-time high on that day, then measure the forward returns from that day. And when you do that, the results are aggressive. Across all days in the sample, the median 1-year forward return is about 52%, and Bitcoin finishes higher 1 year later about 70% of the time, and that's just the baseline. Now, if we watch what happens when...
Have you ever heard of the term past performance does not equal future results? I'm going to repeat that. If this guy claims he understands financial ideas, past performance does not equal future results. I'm going to repeat myself again, and as many times as you guys need to hear it. Past performance does not equal future results. Bitcoin can easily go to zero, or easily close to zero. Do not underestimate Bitcoin's ability to go to near zero, because we all know that Bitcoin is stupid. We all know that Bitcoin is a Ponzi. A fucking Ponzi scheme. Give me a moment, you guys. All right, one moment. Let's keep watching, man. Let's keep watching.
When we focus only on the deep drawdown days when Bitcoin is down 45% or more from the all-time high, the median 1-year forward return jumps to about plus 85%, and the probability of being up 1 year later rises to about 88%. When Bitcoin is down 50% or more, like it just is right now, for example, the probability rises to 92% of being up 1 year from today.
Interesting. Okay. It does? All right. Let's keep going.
92%. And get this, the 2-year outcomes become even more extreme. The median return in the 2-year outcome from a 50% price correction is a plus 295%. That's correct. Almost a 4x from here. And your probability win rate of buying into Bitcoin north of 97% if you're thinking on a 2-year time horizon from the drawdown. So what am I establishing here? I'm saying that deep drawdowns don't kill the bull case for the asset, especially when nothing fundamentally has broken about the asset. The deep drawdowns.
Bitcoin is fundamentally broken at the end of the day because it lacks intrinsic value. That alone makes it a broken asset. The lack of intrinsic value makes Bitcoin a very broken asset, in my opinion. And I think you know I'm right. I think you're well aware. You know how right I am on this one. We know that Bitcoin's a fundamentally broken asset because of its lack of intrinsic value. That's all there is to it. You know just as well as I do. Bitcoin's broken. Kevin Riazzi is saying the Livingston guy is not taking into account the economic fallout of the Iran war. U.S. dollar will strengthen short term. We're nowhere close to the cycle bottom range. Well, no, I mean I still think that. By the way, current events aside, I think retail investors are done. I think most retail investors are just done with Bitcoin permanently. I think, Bitcoin has had so many moments of fool me once. I think a lot of people have had a very fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me sort of moment. So I think a lot of people are just slowly realizing that Bitcoin sucks. I mean, I realized that Bitcoin sucked a long time ago, and I've been vehemently against Bitcoin for a while. I do want to watch Ben McKenzie here in a second after we get done watching this stupid moron. This guy is this Livingston, this Adam Livingston guy is such a douche. Biggest douche in the world. Like, I thought I was a douche, and I'm kind of douchey, don't get me wrong. I've got a little bit of douchey vibes. Hey, you know what, Kevin Riazzi? You're leaving some pretty good comments. Let me take a look at your channel real quick. Let's take a look at Kevin Riazzi's channel. Let me see if we can pull you up here. Let me go to Kevin, because I'm tired of watching Alex Livingston. I'm assuming that you're a Bitcoin guy. But hey, if you're a Bitcoin guy, that's fine. I won't judge you too harshly. I mean, I might judge you a little bit, but yeah, if you're a Bitcoin guy, I will judge you just a little bit. Hold on. Give me one more moment here. It's being a little bit stupid. Okay, cool. Okay, gold. So Tristan Allen is saying gold is where it's at. They need it to make supercomputers, and the price is only going up. I got a question. The government is buying into Bitcoin. Wouldn't that give it intrinsic value? No, it wouldn't. Intrinsic value is something that is... Intrinsic value is based on what it actually is, right? Bitcoin is just a string of data. If I look at silver or gold... The intrinsic value is its utility. It can be used for several different things in reality outside of being used as a currency, right? The only thing Bitcoin can be utilized as is a form of digital currency. It has no other utility beyond that. It's not backed by anything that has utility. It's not backed by anything at all. So the whole point is, if you save Bitcoin, you're actually an idiot. I think if you save Bitcoin, I think you're a fool. You're buying into a Ponzi scheme that's been oddly socially accepted by far too many people. And I think it's a level of mass hysteria. I really do think that Bitcoin is equal to mass hysteria. I think too many people think that something that has zero intrinsic value is worth something. It's very sad. Now let's take a look at this Kevin Riazzi guy. We'll subscribe to him. And we're going to see some of his videos. I think he does live videos primarily. Oh, he hasn't posted in a while. Oh, maybe he has. It looks like he does a lot of technology videos. Hey, Kevin Riazzi, why don't you make more videos,
These fully
dude?
electric options. Give your eye. These fully electric options at the Canadian Auto Show surprised me. Mercedes is claiming over 700-kilometer range for the GLC electric 4MATIC. 483.
Okay, wait. So he does a lot of short videos. Okay, got ya. So this Kevin Riazzi guy does a lot of short videos. Interesting fella. Oh, yeah. Well, make sure you guys check out Kevin Riazzi, man. Seems like an interesting fella. But let's look at this Adam Livingston guy who's a total chud.
They historically improve the odds over long time horizons. Now, that does not mean smooth sailing, folks. It means that the distribution shifts. It means that the market spends less time pricing hope and more time pricing fear. And when fear dominates...
No, here's the thing. By the way, the reason that people are fearful of Bitcoin is because they realize that Bitcoin is the epitome of fear. It is the embodiment of fear. It was created out of fear. It was created out of fear of financial collapse. So fear is ingrained even in the code that runs the entire thing. Something to consider. I still think Bitcoin was funded early on by Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly. That's what I believe.
Dominates the pricing, the future returns tend to carry a higher expectancy, assuming Bitcoin's long-run drift remains intact. So right now, we're sitting in the part of the cycle where the market feels...
This guy is insufferable, man. This guy is mightily insufferable. I cannot believe I'm watching this garbage. I'm so done with this dude. This guy's an idiot. This guy's a moron. This guy is so good at talking about nothing. This guy is so good at talking in circles that he actually communicates nothing of value. Just get to the fucking point, dude. Every time he tries to convince me that Bitcoin's valuable, he just keeps saying, oh, but look at these past numbers. Look at these past numbers. By the way, past performance does not equal future results. Biggest thing you need to know as an investor. Past performance in no way, shape, or form guarantees future results. Sorry.
Hostile, and the historical forward return map has tended to get friendlier. It's almost like we don't have to do technical analysis, astrology for men nonsense, squiggling lines on charts when you can...
You don't have to do that at all. By the way, you don't have to do that to figure out that Bitcoin is intrinsically worthless and is more likely to go to zero. Bitcoin is more likely to go to $0 than it is to $1 million. I believe the likelihood of Bitcoin going to $0 is more likely than Bitcoin going to $1 million, because people just know. People know that Bitcoin sucks and Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. Tristan Allen says, hell, I don't believe in actual money if they can print more and more. What does a special piece of paper really mean? This is why I like gold. Yeah, this is why I love. So one of the things, the irony for me is I own gold ETFs and silver ETFs. And the reason I own those is because I like to swing trade them. I have a lot of ETFs that are index-based ETFs that hold a very, very wide range of stocks that are market cap weighted, which I prefer it that way. I love market cap weighting stuff. I love it when my indexes are market cap weighted. Those are my favorite. Straight up. Oh, there we go. Gotta pop my back. Hey, when you point your finger my way. I'm going to do an unboxing of this Nido cat. Here we go. Yeah. What the? That was weird. I got a little Nido cat. Look at that. It's a cool cat. What happens when you have solar bombardment like the 1880s? Yeah, and everything electric gets EMP'd. Yeah, that can happen. That really can.
Just sell your Bitcoin when the fear and greed index is high and then buy it when it's low. People tend to overcomplicate things. A good IQ test is if people turn bearish after the prices already went down. Hey, fun facts for you. If you
I'm a permanent bear. By the way, I think that this guy needs a fucking IQ test because he obviously it pisses me off when adults think that something stupid like Bitcoin is valuable. And then they make an entire crypto channel promoting this valueless, it has no intrinsic value. I hate it when adults like this guy, which I barely consider this guy to be an adult. Hey, the feline gaming, what up? The dome will protect us, absolutely. The firmament. No, but guys like this, guys like Adam Livingston, man, he just gets my blood. He boils my blood. He makes me so upset, dude. Okay, I guess we'll just keep watching, I guess. This is just so crazy, man.
Started shorting the asset at 126K, I would take you a lot more seriously, idiot. All right, so obviously the deep drawdowns.
Oh, and by the way, that's exactly what I did. I bet against Bitcoin when it was at like $126,000, and I bought so much SBIT and I bought so much Biddy that it would make most people's head spin. Everybody's like, "Why are you betting against Bitcoin? It's on a bull run." I was like, "Not for long, not for fucking long." And what happened? It fucking crashed. Bitcoin crashed so fucking hard, like it deserved to. And yeah, I make a lot of money betting against stupid things like cryptocurrency. Yeah, Bitcoin deserves to go down. Bitcoin deserves to go down in flames. It absolutely does. 100%, bro. 100%, bro. 100 easy money. But no, Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme, straight up. And if you guys don't realize that it's a Ponzi scheme, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Tell us that the price is depressed relative to the peak, but momentum tells us how exhausted the market is right now. The main tool here is the RSI.
Everybody has Bitcoin fatigue. Everybody has crypto fatigue. I have Adam Livingston fatigue. If you guys have Adam Livingston fatigue, please tap the subscribe button. We're so tired of this guy. I am so sick of this guy, but he's so much fun to react to because he's such a moron.
The relative
so dumb.
strength index. For normies, RSI acts as a stress gauge.
Oh my god, it's so cringy. It's very cringy when you see a guy in his 40s like this guy say the word normies. Stop it. For the love of God, please don't say normies ever again.
Measures how aggressively
if I ever
the
hear you
price
say
has been
normies,
moving
I'm
in
gonna
one
fucking
direction recently. A high relative strength index, a high RSI, that shows sustained buying pressure, and low RSI.
By the way, past performance does not equal future results. Oversold, historically rare territory. Low relative to history since 2018. Past performance does not guarantee future results. It is very possible that Bitcoin could go to absolute zero. This is something that none of these Bitcoin people ever talk about. None of you guys talk about it, man. None of you guys talk about it.
Shows sustained selling pressure, and the key detail is the time frame, because the daily RSI that captures very.
Tristan Allen says, if the experts are right, it will pass between us and the moon, disrupting tidal cycles and throwing us into environmental chaos. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Short-term mood swings. But the weekly RSI captures the emotional state of the entire cycle. It's the difference between a bad week and a market-wide identity crisis. And right now, the daily RSI is low. It's around the low 30s right now in this data set. The weekly RSI is oversold. It's in the high 20s. This weekly oversold reading is very rare historically. It shows up when the sellers have had their way for long enough that the market becomes exhausted. The last time we saw these levels was 4 years ago in the 2022 crypto winter. You see it when people get tired of being brave and start liquidating principles. Now, at the local low, the daily RSI got down into the mid-teens, which is capitulation grade, obviously. That's the kind of prints that you get when the market is throwing bodies out of the risk window. Now, so what does this imply, basically? It implies that the market is in a fear regime. If it isn't obvious by now, it implies that the marginal seller has been active, loud, and violent. And that matters because markets flip when the...
I'm feeling pretty violent right now. The more I watch this channel, the more I'm just like... I am so mad. I am so mad that I'm watching this guy. I'm doing it for you guys, though. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Tell me, are you not entertained? He said risk it all, bled it on black. Oh, man. Let's keep watching.
The marginal seller runs out of inventory, runs out of leverage, or...
You know what? I'm
Mel
done.
Gibson.
I'm done with Livingston. I'm done with the Adam Livingston guy. I can't do it. I can't watch his channel anymore. I'd rather watch Asmund Gould talk about freaking Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, and Mel Gibson.
This guy had a crazy crash out. And it turns out that he was right about a few things, huh? He was right about maybe more than a few things, as a matter of fact. I find that to be interesting. That's crazy. Wow, what are the odds of that?
Mel Gibson's been trying to warn everyone about the elites for years.
Yep. And everybody called him crazy. Everybody called him crazy, but you know what? Mel Gibson was fucking right. He was right about a lot of stuff, bro.
Particular Hollywood itself.
Mm-hmm. Believe me, I did a lot of research on it. And according to all the research, it was way worse than that.
No matter how strong you are going to be affected by this plague. And you'll resent it for a little while, then you have to let it go. Otherwise, you'll eat yourself alive here. And I think it takes that kind of cockroach resilience to survive in this town.
Yes, nobody listened. He was just made out to be a crazy man.
Yep. All the tabloids, they were like, hey, Mel Gibson's crazy because he doesn't like Hollywood. Mel Gibson doesn't like us because we eat babies and do satanic rituals. That's basically what Hollywood was saying. They didn't say it they didn't say it that directly, but yeah, let's keep going.
But today, people are finally waking up to what he saw.
It turns out all he got wrong was the city. Yeah, so he was just telling the truth. Yep.
Yeah, so he's telling the truth. Yep. And he got punished for it.
20 years ago. And the message he gave us would eventually cost him his life.
You need a bat in the side of the head. You get by a pack of
It'll be your fault.
Yet, back in the 1980s, Gibson was so successful, he was operating at a level where studios would greenlight whatever he wanted. In 1996,
Mel Gibson was the GOAT, dude. One of the GOATs. I love Mel Gibson, dude. I love him.
Oh, he was huge. Swept the Oscars, 5 wins, including Best Picture and Best Director. Gibson stood on that stage and called himself a fiscal imbecile.
And they had no problem with giving the reins to a fiscal imbecile. You know, this takes real courage.
And everyone laughed because he made them all very rich. But if you were paying attention around then, there were signs he saw Hollywood very differently than most people who'd made it to his level. In 1998, Playboy did an interview. 1998. And buried in all the usual promotional stuff about whatever film he was selling, he said something that did raise some eyebrows.
Okay.
He talked about a producer, but he wouldn't name him, whose entire philosophy about women on film was this.
He says, women on film? Either naked or dead. Both is better.
Then he kept on going.
Damn,
I had
dude.
a whole bunch of weird paranoid suspicions about what the hell was going on because there was a lot of stuff I couldn't understand.
Right.
And I formed a bunch of opinions about the town, about the people in it, that were like, surely that couldn't be.
There's no way.
A whole place can't be like, you know, Weird Town, you know, where the stranger wanders in and all the people are in the bar and they all shut up when he looks at them. And then you...
That's Hollywood. Hollywood's a effed up town, dude. Go to Los Angeles, it's a fucked up place. I mean, it's a beautiful place. I mean, it's always sunny down there, but LA, man. What can we say? What can we do?
You go away and you think, no, I was wrong. I mean, that's insane thinking. I'm paranoid. I imagined that stuff. And then you find out later on the track that you are exactly on track with a lot of this stuff.
They ask him about the social contract in Hollywood, and Gibson explains,
You can't get mad. You can't let it get you. Because you have to make a deal with everyone else, and it's almost unspoken, that you are going to be over at some point by people.
That's crazy. You're gonna get fucked over at some point, so just bend over and take it, basically.
Who you may have done something nice for.
He also tells a surreal story about meeting Christopher Walken on a New York rooftop, which he's obviously dramatizing, but if you don't take it at face value, it does tell you something about the almost otherworldly nature of Hollywood from the outsider's perspective.
No, he came to see me.
Yeah, and the reason crypto gives me a headache, Tristan, is because I know it's intrinsically worthless, but when I hear guys like Adam Livingston continue to promote something that is clearly a grift and clearly intrinsically worthless, it makes me sick. And it makes me sick to my stomach that Adam Livingston was trying to convince people to borrow against part of their home equity to buy Bitcoin on the dip. How sick is that? It's fucking depraved.
Me on a rooftop in New
fucking
York.
depraved.
I said, hey, can I talk to you? And he said, sure. And he floated in sideways through a crowd of people. He was wearing black. And it was like one of those old vampire movies where they don't walk, but they glide. And he was a dancer, you know, so he has very, graceful.
Yeah.
And my assistant was there, and he left because he couldn't stand it anymore.
Yeah.
The air had turned cold.
This was when Gibson was in the spotlight 24/7, and he was already letting on about some of the industry's practices. He was trying to articulate something that had remained unspoken. His reputation was very much a lovable rogue or a loose cannon, so nobody really paid attention at the time. He was also making everyone way too rich for them to bother with what he was saying in a magazine interview.
No, people might not remember, like, this guy was like, any movie that he was in, everybody...
Yeah, Mel Gibson was like top of the line, grade A actor back in the day. He was a Hollywood darling.
Went to see it. Like,
they wanted to see him.
Biggest movie star. Like, I remember whenever The Patriot came out, Braveheart, like, holy fuck. Everybody was Signs. No, not Signs. Was it Signs?
Yeah, Signs was a really good movie, too. I loved Signs. That was a fabulous movie. Tristan Allen says it's as bad as people that prey on old folks through reverse mortgages. Oh, my God, yes. Reverse mortgages are another scam. That's so bad.
I think it was Signs. Like, yeah, megastar. He was the biggest guy.
But maybe he could see it
Lethal
more clearly
Weapon. I forgot
because
about
he
that.
wasn't made
Mad
in Hollywood
Max.
the way most people at his level were. He wasn't some Nepo Hollywood adjacent. His family moved from New York to Australia when he was just 12 after his dad won a workplace injury settlement. He had no connections and no industry parents carefully managing his rise.
See, that's right, bro. Like, this guy just made it out the mud.
That's
Actually,
wild.
literally, because it's Australia.
Studied acting because his sister filled out the application without telling him. Then Mad Max turned him into a global star before he even learned how the system truly functioned. Mad Max came in clutch, and it happened in the most Mel Gibson way ever. He'd been in a bar fight the day before the interview he didn't even want to go to, and his
he was in a bar fight before. I love, dude. Mel Gibson is the man, dude. I love Mel Gibson, dude.
Fucking legend.
The GOAT.
Absolute fucking legend.
The fucking GOAT, dude. Yeah, I was gonna say, dude. Mel Gibson's the man, dude. I will always and forever have the utmost respect. He's a little bit of a loose cannon, but I love him.
bruised and swollen. He looked like the perfect post-apocalyptic tough guy, and not long after, he got the job. Mad Max absolutely smashed the box office, and he became a star. Relocating to Hollywood was just the next logical step. So the peculiar thing here is that by the time he showed up in LA for the film Lethal Weapon, he was already famous.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, because it wasn't even Mad Max at the beginning, it was The Road Warrior. And then after that, it was Mad Max, and then I think after that was Thunderdome. And I think that's what, there might have been another one, but I'm not sure.
Is because he didn't owe anyone. He didn't have to spend years.
Because the thing is that I was a big fan of Fist of the North Star. I love the anime. I think it's amazing, right? Kenshiro is fucking a G. I didn't realize, because I thought, oh, well, like JoJo just copied Fist of the North Star, and Fist of the North Star was the OG. Nah, bro. Like, Fist of the North Star was Mad Max. It was the original Mad Max. 1 for 1. Especially the villains.
Figuring out which executives to flatter or when to shut up and smile. Most people who make it to Gibson's level learned early that you treat the industry like a religion. You never forget that access requires submission. Gibson missed that entire education. But he did have some very real...
He was just like, F it, dude. I'm a big time actor, bro.
Personal
I'm a big
problems
time
that
actor.
began to unravel. His drinking is getting worse. His marriage is falling apart. His behavior is bordering on too eccentric, posing a risk for those around him. He also began making a name for himself as a homophobe and anti-Semite after
Get it, dude. Give me a second. I'm gonna eat some more spaghetti. I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming for the night. I kind of might just go to bed early. Okay. Let's keep watching, man.
series of drunken conversations.
Yeah,
And
that Jew stuff, bro.
then
Like,
he
yeah.
decides he's going to make a movie that's basically designed to detonate every relationship he has in Hollywood. I'm of course talking about The Passion of the Christ.
dude.
Think about the
Hell
fact
yeah.
that The Passion of the Christ was the
Fuck
movie
yeah.
that people wanted to cut ties with him for. making a movie about Jesus.
Which
That's
is
crazy,
wild,
right?
They would actually want
Do
to.
you believe that? And so just
George Bush, what up?
My mom probably took me to 3 movies in my life. The only one that I really remember, Passion of the Christ. That was the one, and she said, we're going to watch this in movie theaters. And I remember whenever we went there, it was a bunch of other fucking moms, Catholic moms with their kids, and the theater was so packed, we had to sit up in the front and go like this. We had to go like this the whole time. I remember that so well.
2002, he was planning a film about Jesus getting
Did she like Mel
tortured,
Gibson?
initially planning to shoot
absolutely.
it entirely in Aramaic
She
and
was.
Latin, dead languages that nobody can really understand. He didn't even want subtitles for it. So he starts taking meetings, Fox, Universal, Warner Bros, Disney, every major studio, 7 in total, and none are interested whatsoever.
I wonder why.
Part of it is about the commercial concern, but there's something else making studios nervous before he's even shot a single frame. The Anti-Defamation League, an American charity targeting anti-Semites, gets hold.
The Anti-Defamation League, of course. Of course they would have tried to halt it. That makes sense. Let's keep watching. I love Mel Gibson, though. I'm a huge Mel Gibson fan, man.
Early script and immediately starts raising the alarm. The national
Passion relies on the theme of anti-Semitism. Man. That's crazy.
Director of the Anti-Defamation League said, quote, by all appearances, Mr. Gibson has moved ahead with his plans to base his film based on the traditional Passion Play narrative that blames Jews for the killing of Jesus. For those who...
Oh, good Lord, man. Come on, man. Come on. Good Lord. I mean, it's pretty obvious they were, you know. Allegedly.
We'll see this film, the poisonous accusation that the Jews were responsible for the killing of Jesus will be unambiguous and clear. Gibson's already got baggage here. His father was a Holocaust denier, and when pressured, he said that my dad taught me my faith and I believe what he taught me. The man never lied to me in his life. So the criticism starts building. New York Times critic Frank Rich questions whether the film could fuel anti-Semitism. Gibson's response?
Oh, yeah. People went so hard as fuck against this. Like, I remember this movie was so controversial. It was more controversial than Cuties. And I want y'all to think about that. So Cuties was a...
That's wild. Really? Now, I do remember The Passion of the Christ was extremely controversial for its time. Abso-freaking-lutely. Without a doubt. But I don't know why. I think people just like to make controversy out of anything. They like to make it seem like it's worse than it actually is, that sort of thing.
Netflix like movie that basically had like a bunch of young girls sexualizing themselves, and it was weird, right? But it was more controversial than that. What are the odds of that? Well, actually, they're pretty high. It's like 100%. But yeah, that's what happened.
He tells the New Yorker, I want to kill him. I want his intestines on a stick. I want to kill his dog.
What the fuck?
Fuck. Then Gibson explained his feelings about Rich.
That's a little wild.
Is that right?
So this man is kind of losing control, and every studio is watching it build into a PR nightmare. The funding dries up rapidly after that, and he practically becomes a laughingstock. He's putting his entire reputation in Hollywood on this movie. South Park then catches the zeitgeist with The Passion of the Jew. Stan and Kenny see the film, hate it, call it a snuff film, and track down Gibson for a refund. Their version of Gibson is completely unhinged. A masochistic lunatic running around shooting guns and literally defecating on people. Gibson's response at the time...
I did think it was pretty funny. I mean, it was pretty funny. It was a good episode. It was an incredible episode of South Park.
Was defiance. He self-finances the entire...
Yeah, Asmund Gould's incredible. He's so much... It is so much fun to react to his videos, just because I think he's an entertaining React streamer, and he's kind of an inspiration for me. Yeah, he was telling a true story. Exactly, Tristan Allen. Exactly.
Higher production.
Paid for the entire fucking thing. $30 million of his own money. And
what a stud, dude. Mel Gibson believed in the project, man. And you know what? I think that the film ended up making a lot of money.
This was in like the early 2000s. So like the equivalent of this is like $100 million. Like he went so hard on this. It was crazy.
Amazing.
Mortgaging property, coming up with $45 million.
Oh, 45. Oh my God.
Out of his own pocket. If this bombs, he's then personally destroyed.
Yep.
So the film opens on Ash Wednesday, 2004.
Man.
I didn't know how...
I remember it was...
I mean, this movie packed theaters, man. I mean, this movie made a lot of money. This movie packed theaters to the brim. Passion of the Christ to this day is still referred to as a... Like, I mean, if you're a Christian, man, and I'm not much of a Christian, I'll say that. I do believe that we have a creator. I don't know what that creator really is at the end of the day, but I believe we do. But this is a big, there was a big movie back in the day, man.
That's crazy. I think back on that. Yeah.
Critics are split. There are massive protests outside theaters, but also massive lines of people wanting to see it. It then goes on to gross $83 million in its opening weekend. And
it grossed
$612 million.
So all it took was Mel Gibson putting down $45 million of his own money, and the film grossed $612 million against a $30 billion budget, the fifth highest grossing film of 2000. Wow.
Worldwide.
There's a lot of Christians out there.
There are. And they're willing to pay money for that. They're willing to pay money. Freaking wild, dude. Blows my mind. Holy crap. Give me a moment, you guys. BRB. Well, BRB. Spaghetti's so good.
That's crazy.
The highest.
Today's Ash Wednesday today. Wait, is it really? I didn't even know that. As I said, I put it down. If the Pope funds a crusade for us to go and protect the Christians in Africa, I go back to Mass. That's my line in the sand. That's where I'm at.
Grossing R-rated film at the time. Gibson then personally walks away with somewhere between $400 and $475 million.
And that's what really made the hoes mad. That's what really made them mad. Is the fact that they all went against him. This guy went all in, literal leap of faith. $45 million
and he won, dude.
Of his own
Mel Gibson
money
won, dude.
In 2003, 2004, I forgot what it said. I think it said 2004. He did all of this, and then he made $400 fucking million. That's what really made them mad.
The GOAT, dude, the GOAT.
That's what pissed them off.
So from the industry's perspective, he has now made...
Because it shows a crack in the matrix. It shows a crack in the fabric of the illusion that's created that...
Well, and I think it's because most of Hollywood are a bunch of Satanist freaks. That's why they hated this movie so much. I think it's just because a lot of them were, just practicing some weird fucking satanic shit. Yeah. That's pretty much what they were doing. Straight up, bro.
Making things that are central around, the Christian faith or Catholicism is somehow not possible, not feasible, not financially viable. It just takes all that and rolls it up and smokes it. And that's the reason why they're fucking mad.
One of the most profitable films in history, even after every major studio rejected it entirely on his own terms. On the Joe Rogan Experience, Gibson talked about how turbulent this was.
That was a crazy movie because it was a great movie.
Yeah, he remembers. He remembers. People were mad.
There was resistance to that movie.
There was so much resistance. Like, it was so controversial. People were angry as fuck.
Oh yeah, no, there was
which I thought was very strange. There was like Hollywood resistance to that movie.
Absolutely.
Like, people didn't like that you were making it. It seemed like
there was a lot of opposition to it, and I don't know. I think if you ever hit on that subject matter, you're gonna get people going, because
of course,
dude. Oh God!
That face right there, dude. That fucking face is that. He's basically like, come on. Love Mel Gibson.
Bro, you really had to hit him with that?
Yep. That's so good, dude.
Wow.
So good.
Oh my God.
It's big subject matter.
He even
Big
said how Hollywood
subject
was
matter.
stunned by him walking around the system and scoring a massive hit without going through the usual channels.
And there was this kind of thing in town.
Someone in chat called.
Yeah, he was like, basically, I don't need Hollywood. Hollywood needs me. I don't need Hollywood. Hollywood needs me. I don't need it. Dude, Mel Gibson's a fucking hero, dude. Mel Gibson's my hero, bro. He's like, fuck, I don't need Hollywood. Hollywood needs me, bitch.
I'm going to Mort.
The town, they said, did anyone just see that? Anyone just see what that guy did? Can't let that guy do that again.
Yeah.
Because it sort of walked around the entire system.
It was a well-received podcast because Gibson, for all his woes, came across as more down-to-earth than your average massive star. Comments observed that he was holding back on topics that people wouldn't be prepared to hear about.
And that's the crazy thing, is that after this recent Epstein files drop, and after they brought out all the files, I think people owe this guy an apology.
Yeah.
I think they...
You owe Alex... Everybody owes Alex Jones an apology. They owe Mel Gibson an apology. Everybody owes these guys an apology. Straight up. You know it, man. You know it. You owe Alex Jones an apology. You owe Mel Gibson an apology. Because they were all talking about this shit. They were all talking about this shit, and you all called them crazy. Well, it turns out you guys were the crazy ones, man. Epstein's Island was real. Straight up. And Alex Jones had been talking about Pedo Island for a long time, man.
They do. They got to say, listen, man, maybe you were right about some of these things. That's crazy. Wow, what are the odds of that?
Passion ultimately took its toll on Gibson, and 2 years later, everything fell apart. In 2006, he got pulled over drunk in Malibu, and during the arrest, he goes on this anti-Semitic run to the
I remember very clearly, like, it's funny, I think about this. I remember very clearly my dad and I were talking about this while we were driving to Wendy's.
which leaked. Gibson then apologized and admits he's an alcoholic, calling his behavior despicable. He pleaded no contest to misdemeanor DUI, received 3 years probation, and immediately pushed out carefully worded apologies through his publicist.
The court says the 53-year-old Gibson successfully completed terms of his 3-year probation. Gibson was arrested for driving drunk in Malibu in July of 2006, and during the arrest, the actor-director made derogatory comments about Jews and women, tried to escape, and repeatedly threatened the arresting...
It's funny. That is so funny. Ja Rule says Alex predicted 9/11 before it happened. How much more do you need? That's crazy. Allegedly. I'll say allegedly, but it sounds like he probably did. Frog Eat Frog says, hey, you have been pissing in that sink over there, Braveheart. Tristan Allen says, Alex Jones is my dude. Never doubted my boy. People called me crazy too. But look who's laughing now, dude. The conspiracy theorists won, dude. The conspiracy theorists won. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk, bro? Who knew? BRB, I'm gonna I'm sounding like Alex Jones a little bit right now. I gotta drink a little bit more water. Everybody keeps thinking I'm pissing in the sink. I ain't pissing in the sink. Frog eat frog, man. Frog eat frog. What up, Brony? It's good to see you, man. We all love our frog eat frog, bro. That's our man, dude. Frog eat frog is the man of the channel. He's the man of the people. He is the people's champ.
Deputy.
While also admitting to being an alcoholic.
He knows we were watching, so he didn't this time.
For decades.
Because you're dealing with a sort of a malady of the soul, an obsession of the mind, and a physical allergy. And some people need a big tap on the shoulder. In my case, public humiliation on a global scale seems to be what was required.
But it was all just damage limitation, and the industry's response is instant and total. To everyone who criticized his views, this DUI and his unsavory run
total fucking
was just the smoking gun. Apocalypto, a film he directed and one of his best, was already in post-production, and its release was pushed back to avoid negative press. But after that, the upper echelons of Hollywood were closing ranks.
Yeah, that was like the last movie he was really doing, and like that was a movie he directed. I remember watching that movie. I watched that movie with my... You know what? It's actually like, damn. I haven't thought about this for a long time. The last...
Dude, Mel Gibson, dude, is... Honestly, I love Mel Gibson, dude. He is so anti-establishment. I fucking love it, dude. He is anti-establishment to the core. Mel Gibson might be the greatest punk rocker of all time. Whether people realize it or not, Mel Gibson is punk rock. At the end of the day, he is real punk. He is what punks wish they could be. Straight up. But yeah, Mel Gibson's the man, though, dude. I love Mel Gibson, man, with a passion. The passion of the Gibson, bro. Passion of the Gibson.
This movie that I remember my mom watching was Apocalyptico. Like back before she went to the hospital. Like it was because I remember I went in there and we were watching the first half of it. I didn't think about that. But yeah. It was terrifying. Yeah, I remember the first time I watched that shit scared the fuck out of me. Absolutely.
After Ari Emanuel, one of the most powerful agents in the industry, publishes an open letter calling for everyone to boycott Gibson. Quotes, Hollywood should not do business with Mel Gibson until he demonstrates
what the hell?
Real understanding.
People in the entertainment industry, whether Jew or Gentile,
of the harm he has caused. Being drunk doesn't make you say things you don't believe. It makes you say things...
Sometimes it does.
Things you already believe. If this industry looks the other way...
That's why I don't get drunk.
It's a message that success excuses hate. And then things got worse. In July of 2010, Mel Gibson then found himself at the center of another major scandal when audio recordings surfaced from a phone call with his then partner. In the recordings, Gibson makes an explicitly racist remark suggesting that if she was assaulted, it would be somehow her fault. In the same conversation, he's also heard threatening to burn down her house while she was inside of it. And
oh man, that's not a good look.
Apparently there were actually some
not a good look.
35 minutes of deranged phone calls that leaked to the press in total.
Yep.
I don't work around in tight clothes. I stay at home for most of the time.
Public, and it's an embarrassment to me. You look like a bitch on heat, and if you get by a pack of it'll be your fault. All right?
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, what the hell?
Because you provoked it. I'll report her to the people that take fucking money from the wetback, okay?
Dude, Gibson's going off on that one, bro. Gibson's going off on that one. Holy shit.
You're racist as hell.
I'm threatening.
Froggy Frog says, imagine all the shit he was privy to. Think about all the stuff he was in. All his movies were top tier. He is who they wanted on the island, but he didn't fall for the Yeah, he didn't fall for that. He didn't fall for the crap, dude.
But you know, Rose got you.
Holy shit.
You understand?
The fact that she recorded all of this says a lot. And as the
because I think Mel Gibson does sound like an abusive man. I don't like the fact that he treated his wife or girlfriend at the time, whoever she was, to him. I don't like that he was saying those things to her. I think it's a little bit messed up. It's quite a bit messed up, to be honest, but that's wild. Flipping wild, bro. All right, let's keep going.
Situation escalated, he was legally barred from coming near her or their daughter under a domestic violence-related restraining order. Those 6 years of major scandals shattered Mel Gibson's career. Nobody would touch him. From 2006 to 2016, Mel Gibson appeared in one film called The Edge of Darkness, a film where he plays a man who discovers that powerful institutions are conspiring to cover up crimes. And
oh, of course. Of course. Absolutely. And doesn't that sound familiar? Anybody? Doesn't that sound a little bit familiar? Come on.
Is that right?
He's the lone truth seeker willing to die to expose them. Whether
Ja Rule says, I'm subbed, y'all are fun and not liberal. Absolutely not, dude. Sometimes we do get liberals coming into the chat being totally annoying, so that can happen from time to time where we get bombarded by all these liberal bots and stuff. That does happen, but we are very much anti-Democrat at this point. We're anti-woke, anti-Democrat. We're just done with the Democrat Party. I mean, I've been done with the Democrat Party for a long time, but we're not a woke channel. We are so pissed at the woke agenda that we are anti-woke. We are so anti-woke, it's crazy. It's wild. So yeah, I'm proud to say that we're the most anti-woke channel of all time.
intentional or not, it was a perfect mirror into how Gibson saw himself.
That's crazy.
Around that time, accusations of game playing surrounding Gibson's exile from Hollywood began to surface too. When Ari Emanuel published the letter demanding that Gibson would be expelled from Hollywood,
and by the way, remember what I said about the wizard thing? Remember what I said? See?
It's represented by Ed Lamato at ICM. So Emanuel's taking this principled stand while actually kneecapping a rival's agency's biggest star. In 2009, Lamato moves to William Morris, bringing Gibson with him, and the agencies merge. Suddenly, Gibson is now Emanuel's client through that same veteran agent. So does Emanuel drop him on principle? No. He keeps him quietly on the books, and nobody says anything about the contradiction until he was booted from the books again following the episode between him and his wife. While Gibson was sneaking around the fringes of Hollywood, in 2007, Robert Downey Jr. stood up for him, and this was when
fucking based.
RDJ, dude. RDJ stood up for Mel Gibson? Fuck yeah, dude. He is my hero, dude. I love you, RDJ. You're the man, dude. You're the fucking man now, dog. You're the fucking man now, dog. Hell yeah, dude. Our Iron Man stuck up. He stuck up. He's not stuck up. Iron Man stood up for Mel Gibson and said, I got your back, bro. I got your back, bro. I got your back. I got your back. Canadian conservative, I've seen what liberalism does. I thoroughly dislike them. Yeah, the woke people piss me off, dude. The woke people, I think, are slowly ruining society and making things really annoying. They say that they're socially progressive, but honestly, I think that woke people are regressive. No, I really do believe that. I think that woke people are regressive. I think the Democrat Party is not the party of progress, it's the party of regress. I call them the regressive left. Not the progressive left, the regressive left. Regressive.
Crash out, recognize,
Let's go.
Crash out. So
crash. That's actually a funny analysis. Crash out, because RDJ had some crash outs in his time. Mel Gibson had a lot of crash outs in his time. My God, too many. But hey, you know what? I believe in redemption.
Oh, true. Yep.
When things began to turn around.
I humbly ask that you join me, unless you are completely without sin, in which case you picked the wrong industry, in forgiving my friend his trespasses, offering him the same clean slate you have me, and allowing him to continue his great and ongoing contribution to our collective art without shame.
Jodie Foster and Whoopi Goldberg also publicly defended.
Wow, Whoopi Goldberg actually defended Mel Gibson? That's a little bit shocking. But okay, I respect it.
Whoopi said that he spent many days with her kid.
She used to be cool. I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, the moment that Whoopi Goldberg became super woke was... Yeah, because she was Guinan. She played Guinan on Star Trek The Next Generation, man. Well, you know, I still have mad love for Whoopi. I love Whoopi Goldberg, but the problem is she has definitely become on the wrong... She's gone to the wrong side of the woke. And when you get too woke, it becomes you become kind of crazy. And look, I still think that deep down within Whoopi Goldberg, there's still a good person. Deep down. I just think the woke has fried her brain. But I still love Whoopi Goldberg. I'm going to say that.
Used to be so cool. Like I've probably seen like 15 movies with Whoopi Goldberg. Like I don't know what happened.
And that he categorically wasn't racist.
But I know Mel, and I know he's not a racist. Oh, really? Yeah, I do. But I can't sit and say that he's a racist, having spent time with him in my house with my kids. I can't say it.
He was going through intense therapy at the time and seemed very keen to rehabilitate himself and his public image. But Robert Downey Jr.'s point hits on an extremely important point about the industry, bringing us right back to Gibson's own comments from 1998, involving the producer who wanted women either naked or dead. This is now widely suspected to refer to Harvey Weinstein.
You know what I think is funny? Is it's probably another one. It probably actually wasn't Harvey Weinstein. It's probably another guy.
Probably one of the other creepy directors.
What do you think the odds are that he's the only one?
There's probably several directors like that.
What do you think about that?
Probably several.
Years before this became public. While the wheels are coming off Gibson's career, Weinstein is operating openly. Allegations followed him for years. People like Tarantino surrounded him. There were whispers at parties, jokes about it at award shows, and shockingly acknowledged behind closed doors, and yet nothing happened. Courtney Love makes a joke about him in 2005.
Yeah, this was crazy about him asking you to go somewhere, don't go. Yeah, I remember this.
Do you have any advice for a young girl moving to Hollywood? I'll get live with it. Harvey Weinstein invites you to a private party in the Four Seasons downtown.
And this joke of
fucking Harvey Weinstein. Courtney Love said, let's see, although I wasn't one of his victims, I was eternally banned by CAA for speaking out. Damn, dude. Courtney Love? Okay. I mean, I still think that you're responsible for, well, I'm not going to say what I think you're responsible for, but you know what? At least you stood up against Weinstein. I'll give you some props.
Effectively blacklisted her from Hollywood. Weinstein kept working until 2017, until 80 women.
Didn't they? I heard that Peter Jackson made that one orc in the Siege of Minas Tirith. I heard that he made the orc based off of this guy.
Based on Harvey Weinstein? That's actually funny. That's wild.
I don't know if that's true or not, but it's what I want to believe.
Came forward.
It is what I want to believe.
Exposes decades of abuse.
Gothmog, there it is.
By Hollywood in the aftermath. But
That was
he's
also
just
the
one
dragon,
of many.
the flightless
Roman
dragon.
Polanski pleaded guilty to unlawful sex with a 13-year-old in 1977.
Not
when
good.
He then fled the country. At the 2003
Not good at all.
Oscars, 26 years later, he wins Best Director and gets a standing ovation.
So he gets a standing ovation after he rapes a 13-year-old?
That's insane, really? Crazy.
Huh.
Unbelievable. Well, then again, it's Hollywood, so I guess it is kind of believable, because Hollywood is rife with bad actors. Double entendre, you get that? Hollywood is filled with bad actors. Not only do they suck at acting, but they're also doing certain things behind closed doors that are highly, highly terrible and illegal.
That seems pretty bad. That seems not so good.
Roman Polanski, the pianist.
Woody Allen faces allegations from his adopted daughter. Court documents later show nearly 100 meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. Police.
Woody Allen. No fucking way, dude. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but whatever. Whatever.
I had no idea. Island? What island? What do you mean? That's a lot of meetings.
Never left the big time and still regularly makes blockbusters.
He does.
Filmmaker Bryan Singer faced multiple allegations and settled lawsuits, yet he kept on getting hired. Bohemian Rhapsody won 4 Oscars not long ago. The list is pretty much endless, and if anything, it gets...
And keep in mind, like, I'm trying to remember this about Bohemian Rhapsody. That movie, didn't Sacha Baron Cohen turn down playing Freddie Mercury because they wanted to play like a PG version of it and not actually...
Oh, yeah. Actually, I think Sacha Baron Cohen would have been perfect as Freddie Mercury. I think the guy that they casted to play as Freddie Mercury, from what I could tell by some of the clips, I'm not a big fan of him as an actor. So I'm talking about Sacha Baron Cohen's great, but the guy who actually ended up playing Freddie Mercury in the movie Bohemian Rhapsody about Queen and all, but yeah. Oh, Rick Astley, hold on. Courtesy of Nate Dogg, he sent a Rick Astley video. Let's listen to it. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, give me a moment.
Story of Freddie Mercury? Like I'm trying to remember this. This is a long time ago. So that was some bullshit too, huh?
Hey, thank you guys for tapping the like button. We just got 50 likes. I can't believe we just got a lot of likes in one setting. Thank you guys for tapping the like button. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. The channel's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every day, and I can't thank you guys enough for all the contributions that everybody's made. I mean, you guys single-handedly make this channel go around, so I want to give a big shout out. Thank you guys for even tapping the like button, man. It means a lot.
Man, I don't think that's true. I feel like, honestly, like, I usually don't remember shit the wrong way.
Worse, the deeper you look.
Could be
Victor
wrong.
Salva was convicted in 1988 for sexually abusing a 12-year-old. He's
15 months in prison? Wait, why? I feel like that should be longer than this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you read this, right? Serve 15 months in prison after pleading guilty to lewd and lascivious conduct, oral sex with a person under 14, and for procuring a child for pornography. Like, I feel like
Laugh
you
out
should go to
loud.
jail for like 15 years. Like, you should be lucky that you get out of this with your organs. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Laugh out loud.
Absolutely, dude. Holy crap.
What the hell's going on?
served only 15 months. And then Hollywood kept on hiring him to
Laugh
direct
out loud.
children's movies. They kept
Yeah.
separating art from artists when it's convenient. Dan
Yeah.
Schneider, all these guys, which sends...
Remember that fat Nickelodeon piece of shit?
Oh yeah, Dan Snyder, dude. What a creep. I remember that guy.
Very clear
What a
economic
creep.
A real, actually not.
message. Employing problematic people is fine as long as they continue
Yeah.
to serve the right ends.
As long as it's not the wrong problems.
This isn't a game of whataboutery. Hollywood is a system where morals are relative. It's not about the severity of what you did, it's about how politically expensive it becomes to ignore it.
Yeah, so if it becomes, like, for example, Mel Gibson's problems to Hollywood were not worth the PR nightmare. So they're like, well, we can't have you in films anymore because you're a PR nightmare. Even though, I mean, dude, Mel Gibson's the man, dude. Hey, you know what sells is controversy. And that's the thing, man. I think a lot of people realize that controversy sells. One of the reasons my channel's gotten so big is because I lean into the controversy. I become as opinionated as I can be. Now, granted, I'm a top G, but granted, I do have a lot of very strong opinions. Opinions that I'm aware are controversial, but they are true. They're opinions that I really mean from the bottom of my soul a lot of the times. Sometimes I fib a little bit about my opinions, but not all the time. I know that a lot of my opinions are very unpopular to begin with, and I really lean into that. And I think it's an important thing to... Sometimes I think it's a good thing to be unpopular. In fact, a lot of times I think it's great to be unpopular. I don't necessarily want everybody to like me. I mean that. I don't necessarily want everybody to like me. I don't think everybody needs to, you know? And that's just it. That's just the point I'm trying to make here. Not everybody needs to like me. Not everybody needs to like you either. You know, there's some people who come into the chat are total douchebags to me, and I don't have to like them. They don't have to like me. And that's just the way it works, you know? Am I making sense?
Gibson's anti-Semitism and abuse, especially in an industry full of Jewish people, is unforgivable to many, and Robert Downey Jr.'s plea for mercy doesn't really erase that. But Hollywood didn't exile him because those things are morally worse than drugging and...
No, they were against him ever since he did The Passion of the Christ.
Oh yeah, the moment he did Passion of the Christ, they were looking for any excuse to get him out of Hollywood. Any excuse they could, because it showed the world that you could do it without Hollywood. It showed the world that you didn't need Hollywood. And what's funny is Mel Gibson put down $30 million or $45 of his own money, $35 million of his own money. And he came away the real winner. Gibson was the real winner in all of this. He made so much money from that movie. He made so much fucking money from that movie. A lot. And it's amazing. Amazing.
I think that really is what it was. And like before then, he was like he was kind of like Donald Trump was before he ran for president, where like everybody knew kind of he was like a bit of a crazy asshole, but people generally had like a more than favorable opinion of him. People liked him. But then after Passion of the Christ, people really tried to figure out reasons for why he was a bad dude. Like, I think that's what it was. Tom Cruise prequel? Yeah, maybe, right?
Assaulting people or fleeing the country after pleading guilty to raping a child.
That's crazy.
They exiled him
That's
because
insane.
That is wild. Yet they exiled this guy for making some off-color remarks. And, yeah, he did some things that were pretty skeezy. Don't get me wrong. But
scandals were loud, public, and impossible to spin. The industry is selected.
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like it's not even that. I mean, I totally, actually, I disagree with this. I think that they made it bigger than it was. Because, like, there's no universe where somebody hating Jews.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better. So it does help the channel grow. So just tap that like button. We're a smaller channel for sure, and we're trying to get bigger. So the more likes we get, the more it pushes, the more the YouTube algorithm pushes us out to more people. So I appreciate anything you guys could do. It really does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
And saying the N-word is worse than like having, I don't even like to say having sex with, it's raping a 13-year-old, right? Like that is, there's no universe where that's worse. It's not even close.
About who becomes the boogeyman, and that selection has nothing to do with who actually did the worst things. Yeah. Gibson's redemption arc continued.
Yeah, they made it that bad. They, like, I mean, this is all collective. Like, you think the people in media and the people that work in like fucking PR don't work with these actors and work with producers? Like, obviously they do. It's all a big club. Of course.
2016, when he released Hacksaw Ridge, a World War II film about a conscientious objector who saved 75 men without firing a weapon.
Oh, it was
went on to receive 6 Oscar nominations. It was independently financed with no major studios involved, but this time, instead of punishing him, they welcomed him back. Gibson appeared on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Yep. He called his past a rough patch, and he said that moment should.
And that's the thing is, I remember whenever Stephen Colbert did this, and I was like, you know, like, this is respectable, right?
It's a little shocking, too. Because Stephen Colbert is a super liberal, and he's super woke, and it is kind of shocking that he had the Mel Gibson on.
Like, this is the problem that I have. This is the reason why, like, it's been hard for me to, like, really hate Stephen Colbert. It's because, like, I feel like, you know, looking back on it, like, 20...
Yeah, once upon a time, Stephen Colbert didn't totally suck ass. I mean, it was a long time ago, but once upon a time, Stephen Colbert did not suck major ass.
Last 20 years. I've watched Stephen Colbert now for 20 years. For like 15 of those years, or at least the first 10, I really liked him a lot. I did. I thought he was great. And he did things like this that I thought were positive and good. I don't know what the fuck happened. I really don't. It's just sad, man. It's fucking sad.
Define the rest of my life.
Like, you went from doing shit like this and the Colbert Report to dancing around like a little fairy about the COVID vaccine.
The freaking vaccine. God damn it.
How the fuck does that happen?
Yeah, that pissed me off when Stephen Colbert sold out to all the drug companies. That pissed me off, dude. Tristan Allen says, lol, like the news didn't... I can't read. Hold on. Oh, it's got to pop my neck. Like the news doesn't do the same thing. Might as well support someone that is nearer to my position in life. Oh, thank you, Tristan. I appreciate that, bro. No, I appreciate that comment, man. That's cool. Yeah, and here's the thing. I don't pretend to be a new... I just want to let everybody know, I do not pretend to be any sort of news outlet. I am more of an opinion. I tell everybody, look, I talk about investing. I try to talk about investing as much as possible. But lately, you know, I've been getting caught up in the Epstein files and trying to figure out what kind of investor Epstein was and trying to figure out what kind of monster he was as well. Trying to really understand Epstein. And he was a terrible person. But he understood the world of finance, straight up. He understood the world of finance. Tim Smith says, need help, DoorDash, order sides, wings, or quesadilla. You know what? I would say quesadilla, bro. I would say quesadilla. That's what I would go with personally. So, everybody, do you guys think that Tim Smith needs our help? Tim Smith is saying DoorDash order sides, wings, or quesadilla. I'm saying quesadilla. Quesadillas are... I fucking love quesadillas, bro. I'm all about quesadillas. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think that Tim Smith should get wings or a quesadilla? Chat, we need your help. Tim Smith needs our assistance. He's trying to figure out if he should get wings or a quesadilla. It's your call. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that Tim Smith should get wings or quesadilla? What do you guys think? Chat, Tim Smith needs your help. Oh my God. But I personally say quesadilla. Mom Handle says quesadilla with lots of toppings, and then Unicorn Mullet says moving hands. Okay. But yeah, no. So Mom Handle saying quesadilla. Michael Geza is saying quesadilla. Unicorn Mullet is going with quesadilla as well. Looks like we got 3 quesadillas, 0 wings. 0 wings, 3 quesadillas. I like it. Let's keep on rolling, man. Hey, let's keep watching a little more Mel frickin' Gibson, the GOAT. Wings, baby, wings. Linda Harris is saying, if for some reason I'm feeling the wings tonight, go with the wings, but you could get both. So we got 3 quesadilla, 1 wings. Hell yeah. So it looks like quesadilla is winning the majority here. Unicorn Mullet is saying, yeah, do both, man. But if you have to choose only one, what do you choose? If you can only choose between quesadilla and wings, what do you choose? I personally choose quesadilla. But man, if you could do both is always a good thing. You're by winning. You win here and you win there.
Really? How does that happen?
The crowd cheered, others said it wasn't enough. Slowly the roles came back, like Get the Gringo, Fat Man, Bloodfather, and Daddy's Home 2. And Gibson's appearances were generally viewed positively, even if they weren't anything like the massive titles he once starred in. Then, 2023, Gibson's name gets attached to The Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom, man.
Film about child trafficking.
That was a huge... That's another great movie. I haven't watched it, but I've heard good things, I should say. And the reason I say it's great is because it really shines a light... It shines a light on the human trafficking problem that happens in other countries and in this country. It's a real deal. Like, the human trafficking problems that happen in various countries, it's still a thing, man. Unfortunately, slavery still exists in some countries. And unfortunately, quite a few countries, sadly. And, but yeah. Sound of Freedom, though, man. I heard that's a very... I hear that's an amazing movie, by the way. An amazing movie. As far as when I say amazing, I mean because it really shines a light on what is happening with human trafficking. Totally shines a light.
Trafficking.
And you know what? Hollywood has not even... our government and Hollywood don't even want to promote this movie. And it pisses me off.
Starred by the same guy who played Jesus in The Passion. Gibson was serving as executive producer and recorded a promotional video warning
I've actually never watched this.
people about child trafficking. Originally, the film was acquired by 20th Century Fox, yet it was shelved after Disney acquired Fox in 2019. It had a budget of just some $15 million, and accusations that Hollywood was trying to blacklist came flooding in when it launched, with some saying that showings at popular cinema chains were cancelled or even sabotaged. The film itself leans heavily into the idea that influential people are involved in trafficking and the problem is just being covered up internationally. Something...
Yep.
What are the odds of that?
Exactly. What are the odds of that? Of course. Of course.
There's no way, right? There's no way they can all be in on it.
Gibson has certainly alluded to over the years.
There's no way.
The most disturbing problems in our world today is human trafficking, and particularly the trafficking of children.
Many scoffed at the notion
Oh, here it is.
that pedophile rings were being run by rich elites.
The greatest temple of them all. Domain expansion. Epstein Island Temple.
But as Jeffrey Epstein's operation has come into the light, the flight logs, the witness testimony, connections to world leaders and billionaires, this conspiracy theory has just become a fact the establishment tried to ignore for years. Around the film's release, viral quotes started spreading about Gibson's conspiratorial view, claiming he...
I love... Dude, anytime Mel Gibson goes on a conspiratorial rant, I'm all ears, bro. I'm all ears. Anytime Mel Gibson talks about conspiracy shit, I'm all in, dude. I am so on board. Dude, nothing gets me harder. Judah. Give me one moment, you guys. Give me a moment. I gotta take a whiz. Domain expansion. I want to do some kung fu in front of you guys. No, nothing's happening, bro. Don't ask any questions. Don't ask any questions. Oh. Don't ask any questions. Don't ask any questions, please. Shh. Let's keep going, man. All right, let's keep watching this shit, man. This is crazy.
Exposed elites drinking children's blood, Andrew comb harvesting, and satanic rituals. QAnon.
Yeah, we also owe an apology to QAnon. We all owe an apology to QAnon. Exactly. I should say we should all apologize to the QAnon movement.
Yeah? That right? How about that?
Type stories. Every single quote attributed to Gibson is fake. They trace only to yournewswire.com, a notorious misinformation site. Maybe it's part of yet another smear campaign designed to muddy
Wait,
Gibson.
so they're trying to make this guy look bad by giving him fake quotes?
Rehabilitation and feed tabloid headlines to keep his reputation questionable.
The fuck out of here.
Or maybe it's a manifestation of him becoming a symbol onto which both sides of the culture war paints their narratives. To some, he's a martyred truth teller. To others, a cautionary tale of when mental health issues.
I mean, I think obviously, here's my opinion about Mel Gibson. I like Mel Gibson a lot. He's a fucking I grew up. I was born.
He's a top G. I agree. Mel Gibson was an icon back in the day. He was a loose cannon, but that was part of Mel Gibson's appeal. That's one of the reasons he was so successful as an actor. He was a loose cannon. In a lot of ways, Nick Cage is very successful because he acts like a loose cannon in the majority of his movies and stuff like that. So it's incredible, man. It's incredible.
1990, right? I mean, I remember watching The Patriot on a VHS in my fucking CRT TV with my mom and dad, right? So, you're never going to get me to hate Mel Gibson, number one. There's, you're never going to get me to hate Mel Gibson. You're never going to get me to hate Michael Jackson. You're never going to get me to hate Michael Jordan. You're never going to get me to hate fucking, I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. But, that's a 3 right there. And so, Braveheart, yep, same thing, absolutely 100%. So, again, Jackie Chan, you're not going to get me to hate Jackie Chan. Some weird shit, I don't give a fuck.
Yep.
Jackie Chan's a legend. And so, anything else? Bruce Willis, yep, definitely. I go on. Arnold Schwarzenegger, 100%. I do think, obviously, he had a drinking problem, and that was a bad thing, and it was not good. And I think, in a way, it was probably a good thing that he got ostracized, because it's and I bet he probably would say this himself. Because, he say, oh, God works in mysterious ways, right? I mean, if he didn't have that happen, he might not have never gone after and got help. And he might have fucked up his whole life. He might have gotten put in jail. He might have gotten himself killed. He could have, maybe permanently damaged his body. Because there are people that have that happen. Does it actually? I don't know if he does or not. But it's a wake call. So it's not like he was perfect, right? But I think also there's another component to this that's worth talking about, which is the fact that why is it that maybe he was doing this a lot? Well, if you get put in a position where you have to constantly deal with people that think women should either be naked or dead or both, and you're talking about these satanic cults.
Yeah, there's a lot of sickos in Hollywood, and I think Satanism runs rampant in Hollywood. I wouldn't say I'm not going to say that everybody in Hollywood is a Satanist, but I am going to say that there seems to be a lot of Satanists in Hollywood. I'm just saying.
So these weird kids and all this shit, that's going to fuck your head up. It really is.
And I'm not even a religious guy. I'm not saying that Christianity is the greatest religion. I don't know. I think Christianity's fine. But I think religions where you're dismembering children and stuff like that, and that sort of shit is practiced today, it's disgusting. And so Hollywood being filled with Satanists, it's just crazy. Blue Nose Pity says, does he like P. Diddy? Ain't Mel from New Zealand? Yeah. He's from New Zealand and shit. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy though, man.
It's obviously going to fuck your head up. So it's I don't think that, I'm not saying it's not his fault. At the end of the day, it's still his fault. But I think that probably being around that fucks you up too. It does.
anger take hold of someone. Either way, the fake quotes spread because they sound like what people already believe about him. That was South Park's parody too. They were saying Gibson made this very public monster out of himself. In reality, the truth behind Gibson's criticism...
I mean, if he made the monster out of himself, then why is it that those other people that were having, raping underage girls, why did they not? It's because you made it happen. You pull the strings and then you say that it's his fault.
Yeah, it's like, I think South Park needs to go after Hollywood. I think South Park needs to go after Hollywood for all the satanic shit they do. I don't know if they ever really have. But I'm sick of Hollywood, man. I am sick of fake-ass Hollywood, dude. Sucks balls.
Is probably more of a case of something simpler yet no less horrifying. The banality of evil. Thousands of people making small, cowardly decisions that add up to systemic abuse. Which is far more disturbing because...
That's what happens with the government, by the way. Like fraud and shit like that, that's the banality of evil. It's like 50 people with malicious compliance.
Everyone through their daily choices in supporting and protecting the industry. Unlike blood-drinking rituals, everyone is capable given the right incentives. When asked at the Hacksaw Ridge press conference to describe Hollywood in one word, Gibson laughed. Just one word? Then he gave his answer, survival. He's right. Everyone's trying to survive, and survival means making calculations about who you can cross and who you can't. But Hollywood's evil operates on a different level altogether. It's not the deranged actions of a troubled man. It's structural, institutional. It's the sober, calculated decision.
I think it's also like, ever since Harvey Weinstein happened, I feel like the amount that people want to hear about actors talking about politics or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Matt and Trey are pretty woke. I'll agree with that, Tristan Allen. I agree. Matt and Trey, they used to be... South Park is still funny to some degree. It's not as funny as it used to be, though. I think they're a little too woke for their own good. And once you become woke, and once you have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, your mind starts to collapse in on itself. Because there's a lot of people with Trump derangement syndrome. My dad's a great example. My dad's got Trump derangement syndrome. Anytime I mention anything good that Trump does, my dad literally foams at the mouth and gets super upset. Like, it's really weird.
Else, I feel like it went down by a lot. Like, I'm going to be honest, because if you can't, I don't want to hear about your moralization whenever you turn a blind eye to this stuff happening, right? I don't want to hear about it. Like, not, it's like, it's an example, like, even best case scenario, right message, wrong messenger. Nope, not from you.
Protect people for decades. So in the end, there are no heroes in the story, just different flavors of the same human capacity to harm people and justify it in the morning.
No, I totally agree. I love this video. This is a great video. Like, I'm glad to see people, I really think that, honestly, a lot of people owe him an apology. Yeah. Especially, the worst thing to me was what happened to him with Passion of the Christ. Like, W. Moon. Yeah, Moon makes great videos. He pumps these out, too. He puts a lot of these videos out. And I think that they're pretty high quality. I like them a lot. Make sure to give it a like. Give him a sub if you haven't already. He's got over 1 million subs. He could use some more. Ricky Gervais bombed Hollywood at Grammys. Yeah, he did. And the people never forget that. Absolutely. So I make all my decisions based on what Billie Eilish says. Well, again, I don't really blame her because, she's young, right? So, she wasn't involved whenever that stuff happened. But, that was just stupid for different reasons. But, overall, that's the way I feel about it. What are your thoughts on some of the deaths and suicides of high-profile actors like Robin Williams and Chester Bennington were really murders? So people also add in because it's those two, and it's also Anthony Bourdain. That's right. People said the same thing about him. I don't really know what to think about it. If you want me to be honest, I really don't know what to think about it. I don't know what to go with it or anything else. I don't. I don't know what to think. Chris.
Yeah, the death of Anthony Bourdain, I find to be very strange. You know what I mean? I really believe the death of Anthony Bourdain, man.
Or now? Yeah. Damn, I forgot all about that. And so the lady from Purse Company, a lot of people have had that happen. And so, like, to me, what do I think about it? I don't really have a lot to think about it because I don't know a lot about it, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Because, like, I don't want to take and, like, invalidate a person's mental problems and, like, mental struggles and say that, oh, it was just a big conspiracy and they killed you or something like that. Because I think that there are people that have mental health problems and it is legitimate, and that's the reason why they did it. It's not some sort of fucking Illuminati. It's just a tragedy. But I think that, you know, with Robin Williams, I think for sure, not for sure, but like I'm more certain that that's the case. Chester Bennington, like there were some things that happened before he died that like may be uncertain. Same thing with Anthony Bourdain, but like,
yeah, with Chester Bennington, I mean, it's he was already kind of a suicidal guy. He definitely had his mental issues that he was dealing with. And in a lot of ways, I don't think anybody killed Chester Bennington. I really do believe that Chester, unfortunately, sadly killed himself, man, because he's one of my favorite artists, man. I think he's one of the best singers ever. And I listened to a lot of Linkin Park when I was younger because I had a lot of issues with depression. Like, I still face issues with depression. Like, earlier I was struggling mentally earlier today. And I'm glad I took like a 2-hour walk. I needed it. And I recommend, I can't really recommend anything because I'm not a doctor, but not medical advice, but I will say that even taking an hour-long walk, even a walking for 1 hour, can do so much for your body. Walking for even 1 single hour can do so much for your body. I felt so much better just walking. I walked for 2 hours, though, but I needed to. Sometimes you just need to get it out of your system. You got to walk around. You got to feel good. And sometimes walking's all that you need just to feel better, man. So I love it, man. Whew. However, sometimes just a simple act of walking around doesn't necessarily cure the depression. So, but it can help. It could definitely help make things a little bit better. So, I don't know. Sometimes you got to take it. I try to take an hour-long walk a day. I try to walk for at least 1 hour a day. And it's helped a lot. Yeah.
Like, I don't think that there's enough evidence that at least I've seen that's public for me to say that, yeah, for sure, that's what happened.
Yeah. Okay, before we go into any other stuff, BRB, I'm going to brush my teeth, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget about it later. So I'm going to brush my teeth. We're going to react to a few more things, and then I'm probably going to go to bed at around, well, I'm probably going to end the stream at 10:30 so I can get some reading in. I like to try to do some late night reading and stuff like that. I have a book from the library that's due on the 24th, and I'm almost done with it. It's pretty good, though. So it's basically it's a book on Python. I love the library so much, dude. I will admit, when I was younger, I went to the library quite a bit. I love the library, man. I'm obsessed. You know, when it comes down to it, I will say the one thing that kept me going, and this is going to sound crazy, but the one thing that made me feel like I had some hope in my life was being able to read books by other people, because I felt like I could see the world through their lens and I could understand concepts that I had never thought about before. And I will say that's the great thing about books, man. It's like a transference of imagination. It's not really a true transference, but it's a beautiful thing. I am an avid reader, man. I love reading. I read for information primarily. I mean, that's the pleasure I get. I get pleasure off of reading for information, really, at the end of the day. So I guess I do read for pleasure, technically, because I read for information, and that gives me pleasure. So, but yeah, I'm going to brush my teeth real quick. Bear with me for just a few moments, you guys. Yeah, the types of books I read are like informational books, like, books on how to get my money right, or books about investing, or books about programming languages, that sort of thing. Why would I read stuff that disagrees with me? That's stupid. I read a lot of things that I read about things because I like to learn. I like to learn. And occasionally I'll read a history book or two. But normally the thing I want to learn skills. So I really read to learn. I read to learn. Primarily. That's the way I do it, man. BRB. Hey, I was trying to brush my teeth, you guys. No, I was brushing my teeth, though, straight up. Give me 1 second, though, everybody. Give me just another moment. Hey, this chair smells great. What are you talking about, bro? No, this is amazing. No, and I spend a great deal of time thinking when I have a few moments. I like to think, I like to ponder about my existence and all sorts of things. So I think it's good to ponder. I think it's good to think in this life. I think we don't do enough thinking. No, but thinking's a good thing. You guys got to make sure that you're thinking consistently as you can, Just the act of thinking is good. And no, I'm not doing... E.T., I'm not doing that, bro. Hell no. I'm not that kind of girl. I'm just not that kind of girl, bro. I'm not that kind of girl. I'm not that kind of girl. Honey, I'm not that kind of boy. I had to do a couple things. Oh. Oh, the chat is W, dude. The chat is winning. By winning, bro. Thank you, guys. I gotta take a piss. Hold on. wasn't pissing in the sink. I wasn't pissing in the sink. I wasn't pissing in the sink. Stop accusing me of that, you guys. Oh, shit. First line. Nate Dogg, happy. Oh, my God. Nate Dogg sent me a happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. You better not make me come. Allegedly. Here we go, bros. We're going to do a little more reaction videos. I think I'll probably stay on for another 30 minutes or so. I think 30 minutes is enough for me to call it. We'll end the stream in about 30 minutes. I think that's pretty reasonable. What do you guys think? Can't stop the throb. Oh, shit. Vlad Tenif. No way, bro. Thank you again, Nate Dogg, for the... my buddy Nathan just sent me a happy poop yum yum. I appreciate those. I sincerely appreciate the happy poop yum yums, but it looks like Robinhood is launching a inside Robinhood Ventures Fund 1, Brad Gerstiner in conversation with Vlad Tenef. Oh, God. You know what? I'm not going to lie. I actually do think that Vlad Tenef is actually a pretty good public speaker, all things considered. I do like Robinhood a little bit. I'm a little pissed off, though, that they're getting into the prediction markets, encouraging people to gamble, but at the same time, you know what? Robinhood's making money, so that means Robinhood will stick around. I use Robinhood pretty much to swing trade and hold my portfolio for the long term. But yeah, I'm a huge Robinhood fan at the end of the day. I think it's a great brokerage.
Vlad, Shiv, it's great to be here today.
Let's take a look.
You guys know me, but for those
I don't know how I feel about this new venture, but we'll see. We'll see if it's good.
Watching at home, Brad Gerstner. I'm the founder and CEO of Altimeter Capital. And one of the mutual passions I know we share is the democratization of finance. And so I'm excited today to talk about Robinhood Ventures. So why don't we start with you, Vlad?
Nate Dogg says, did you know he was a little boy in Bulgaria? Yeah, he's a little boy in Bulgaria. He came up all the way from Bulgaria as a little boy. And now, he's the man. He's the man in America, bro. He's Robin the Hood. He's not Robin Hood. He is Robin da Hood. That's an old joke, but he kind of does. If you take one good look at him, he kind of looks like if you were to create a movie about Robin Hood, Vlad Tenef actually looks the part. Like if you put him in the Robin Hood costume, I would believe that he's Robin Hood. I would believe it. I would be able to watch that movie and believe that he is Robin Hood because he kind of has that look. He looks like Robin Hood.
Tell me a little bit about your passion and
but he's Robin
for the
the
democratization of finance and how Robinhood Ventures fits in.
Yeah, I'll get right into it. In my opinion, what we have with private markets is the greatest iniquity in capital markets today. So
yeah, I do think that, here's the thing. I do believe that, I'll give you an example. If I want to invest in a private company, there should be nothing stopping me from doing it. You know what I mean? Now, granted, some companies that are privately ran don't want anybody to invest in them because they don't want to deal with investors. That's granted, that's understandable. But there are some private companies that would be more than willing to allow people to invest in their company, right? But the problem is they're not publicly traded on any stock exchange. And there are certain rules where you have to be an accredited investor in order to invest in these private companies. And the rules for the requirements for being an accredited investor are through the roof. I'll give you some examples here. What are the requirements for me to invest in a private company as a retail investor? I'm gonna pose that question real quick. And I'm gonna see what Google AI says real fast. Google AI says, as a retail investor, your ability to invest in private companies primarily depends on whether you meet the SEC's accredited investor criteria. While the most exclusive opportunities are reserved for accredited individuals, recent regulatory shifts in the Jobs Act have opened specific pathways for non-accredited retail investors. Now, requirements for accredited investors. Most private placements, like venture capital or pre-IPO shares, are restricted to accredited investors because they are unregistered with the SEC and carry higher risk. I kind of find that a little bit funny, though, because you can invest in penny stocks on the stock market, and most of those penny stocks are going to fail. So I don't understand the difference between investing in a penny stock that's publicly traded and investing in a private company. I know there's differences, but there's more risk in investing in a penny stock that's unproven than investing in a private company that may be proven or unproven either way. Right? So I don't know. I think there are too many laws prohibiting people like myself from investing in and look, I think the rule should be we're old enough to understand the risks, right? You know what I mean? I'll give you an example. People are old enough to gamble. They gamble. Sometimes people gamble away their entire life savings, right? Yet there's no restrictions on gambling, right? The government doesn't restrict how much you gamble. And gambling can totally ruin your life if you let it, if you keep doing it. SEC doesn't give two shits if you're throwing money at penny stocks, because penny stocks will probably fail 8 times out of 10, depending on unless you have ChatGPT select them for you. Not financial advice, but no. What I'm trying to get at is this: private equity. The only reason that most retail investors can't invest in private equity is not because private equity won't allow it. A lot of the time, it depends on the company, though. Some companies don't want retail investors to invest. Granted, that's totally understandable. But at the same time, you have to think of it from this perspective. The laws are what's prohibiting retail investors like myself from being like, hey, I want to put down $1,000. I want to put down $1,000 into your company. I want to be a partial investor. And a lot of private equity companies that are looking for investors would be like, sure, abso-fucking-lutely. You come on board. Become an investor. Yeah, so there's a lot of laws that prohibit people from actually investing in private companies. And by the way, yeah, private companies can be very risky. And you got to do your due diligence. Because if you invest in that company, man, it could go to zero. Your investment could go to zero. Your investment can vanish into thin air. Private equity, I will say this, though. Private equity is much more riskier. So I would definitely keep that in mind. Private equity is riskier. I prefer buying publicly traded companies, if we're going to be honest. But at the same time, I would like to have more opportunities to throw down some money into private companies if private companies are looking for investors. And as long as I have access to some of their balance sheets and understand exactly like what kind of company I'm getting into, sure, I'll put down $100. I am kind of curious though about this Robinhood fund. But before we go into it, I do want to explain some of the stuff that they're probably going to end up explaining. But just in case they don't, I want to make sure it's very clear. Now, requirements for accredited investors. Most private placements like venture capital or pre-IPO shares are restricted to accredited investors because they are unregistered with the SEC and carry higher risk. You qualify if you meet at least one of the following. Income test. Individual annual income exceeding $200,000 or $300,000 jointly with a spouse or partner for the last 2 years, with a reasonable expectation of the same in the current year. Net worth test. A net worth exceeding $1 million, either individually or jointly, excluding the value of your primary residence. Professional credentials. Holding certain active financial licenses in good standing, specifically the Series 7, 65, or 82. Insider status. Being a director, executive officer, or general partner of the company selling the securities. Now, it says and carry a high risk. You qualify as an accredited investor if you meet at least, at the very minimum, at least one of the following. Those 4 criteria, as long as you can at least meet one of those 4 criteria, you can invest in private equity. There are pathways for non-accredited retail investors. If you do not meet the accredited thresholds, you can still invest in private markets through these regulated frameworks. Regulation crowdfunding allows you to invest in early-stage startups via registered online platforms. Investing limits. If your annual income or net worth is under $100,000, you are limited to the greater of $2,000 or 5% of your annual income net worth. If both are over $100,000, you can invest up to 10%. Business development companies, BDCs. So publicly traded companies that invest in small to mid-sized private businesses. You could buy shares of BDCs BDCs on major stock exchanges just like any other stock. Interval and tender offer funds. Specialized mutual funds that invest in private assets but offer periodic intervals for investors to sell back their shares, providing more liquidity than direct private equity. This is not financial advice. This is just facts that I'm pulling up on Google. Regulation A+ offerings, sometimes called mini IPOs. These allow private companies to raise up to $75 million from the general public with fewer restrictions than a full IPO. Let's see here. What else do we need to talk about on this? Let's see. Yeah, so a verification note. There is no official certificate for becoming accredited. Instead, the company or fund you are investing in is responsible for verifying your status by reviewing your tax returns, W-2s, or bank statements. Yep. That's pretty much it. So let's, now that we have a general understanding of what an accredited investor is, I think it'll be a lot easier to understand what Vlad Tenev and his his partner are talking about.
So over the past few decades, companies are staying private for longer. Mm-hmm. Now you're in a situation where the biggest private companies are in valuations in the hundreds of billions.
Right.
They might not go public until they get into the trillions.
Right. We share a passion that we have the greatest engine of innovation in the world, and more people need to share in that earlier. So Shiv, tell us a little bit about what exactly Robinhood Ventures is doing, and how does that fulfill this vision or this mission about getting more people in the game earlier?
Yeah, absolutely. So Vlad and me have been brainstorming literally for years on how to make this happen. Right. And when you talk to customers, which is how we always start, there's 3 things they want. First, they want daily liquidity. They have liquidity needs, that's what they're used to. Right. Second, they don't want to be accredited. 80 to 85% of Americans are not accredited today, so they feel like they're being left out.
Can you say, just bookmark that, what is it? What is accredited, and what do you mean by that?
Yeah, accredited is an SEC regulation, which it says if you want to invest in assets that are deemed more speculative, more risky, you need to be what's known as an accredited investor, and typically it's measured by how much wealth.
If you ain't good enough, man, you can't do it. If you ain't good enough, bro. Give me just a few moments, my brony bros. You are pink brony bros, and you dance at the gay club. Oh my God. I'm just having fun. On the stage in my hooves, I'm wearing a man thong. Down at the Pink Brony Club.
Okay. And so what ended up happening is those that have wealth are able to invest in some of these assets, and those people that don't have wealth aren't, so you're further left behind. Right. And so you see that over and over again in private assets.
Mm-hmm. It's just a gating factor preventing people from, even if they were being offered a deal, from participating.
Right. Exactly. And the third thing they really want is they want to invest in the best-in-class technology companies they know and love in a concentrated portfolio. Right. They don't want an S&P 500 of every technology company. They want the companies that they know that are out there that are changing the world. Right. And so,
I prefer a broadly diversified index fund at the end of the day. I really do. Like, if we're going to be honest, I prefer I really do. I love broadly diversified index funds, especially ones that cover the entire global market, like the Vanguard Total World Index. Vanguard Total World Index, Top G, VT. Vanguard Total World Index covers 60% of the entire U.S. market, and then 40% of pretty much the entire international markets that are available. So you're getting global diversification very instantaneously when you own a fund like the Vanguard Total World Index. It's not an endorsement, not financial advice, but it's just fact. That's just the way it works. Christopher, I'm an investor, my brony bro. I was once a little boy from Bulgaria. I was once a little boy from Bulgaria. Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm stealing my my backstory from Vlad Tenev. I was once a little boy from Bulgaria. No, but no, I love Vlad, dude. I think Vlad's an interesting fella, but honestly, he does look like he could play Robin Hood. Like, legitimately, he could play Robin Hood in a movie. Straight up, bro. Top G. Christopher says, OMG. OMG. He thinks he's Andrew Tate. Mountbatten. Top G. Christopher TM. You don't understand. I'm a freaking genius. I'm a top G. You're a bottom. You're a bottom G. You don't drink your sparkling water. Top G, top G. I'm a top G.
So we designed our product to serve all of those needs, to make sure it had daily liquidity, that you don't need to be accredited, and that you can have a portfolio of the companies that you want to use. So that's the vision, and we're super excited to bring it.
So Vlad, it sounds like something pretty innovative, right?
Vlad.
Right, and what I heard Shiv say is this might be able to give investors access to companies they've heard of, but they can't invest in today in the public markets. Is that what we're talking about here? Is that the investment approach?
I just love swing trading silver, bro. I love swing trading silver, my brony bro. I'm the man, dog. I'm the fucking man, bro. I'm the man. Everybody wants to touch my dong. Everybody wants to be in a man thong. Everybody wants to know what I'm doing. Everybody wants to know what I'm spewing. Vlad. I am woke. Woke. Well, Firewall, why are you saying that I'm woke and gay? I'm not woke and gay. I look woke and gay, but I'm not woke and gay. Woke and gay. My name is Michael Wokengay. You're a pink brownie bro. And you dance at the gay club. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong.
That you guys are pursuing at Robinhood Ventures?
Essentially, we're creating a closed-end fund, a 40-act fund that will have no carry. And we're going out there. You know, Shiv and I have been banging down doors. Shiv has been free soloing the Rosewood at Sand Hill and getting into deals and doing that for the benefit of retail customers so that they could get skin in the game for some of the world's most transformative companies. And, you know,
I mean, that's kind of noble to some degree. That's kind of noble.
Talk about accreditation, but it's not just accreditation. There's lots of accredited investors that are just trying to get into these deals, and they're not getting into these deals. They're hyper competitive. They're sort of passed around into a network of insiders. I mean, we know how this works. So, yeah, I think...
My name is Michael Wokengay. My name is Michael Wokengay. Everybody don't know what to say. Everybody's jealous of my moves. Everybody's jealous of my moves. Everybody wants to say, hey, hey. I just want to touch my D. Is that alright with you? Just get away from me. Hey girl, hey girl, hey boy, hey girl. Hey girl, hey boy, hey girl. Everybody wants to know, where do you pink brony boys go? We're at the Pink Brony Club and we gotta go down. Gotta go down. Gotta go down. Everybody wants to get down. Everybody wants to go. Everybody wants to get down. You are brony bros. Pink brony bros getting on down. You can just suck everything around. I'm a pink brony bro. And you know, I'm a pink brony bro. You a hoe. Everybody get away from me right now. I'm about to have a Mel Gibson type meltdown. I'm about to crash out hard. I'm going to be like Picard. And even though I've got to go, even though you've got the flow, I'm the greatest white rapper in the US of A. And all my homeboys, they think that I'm gay. And I don't know why, but I'm kind of fly. I know I got everything down to rye. I could talk fast all day, all night. Everybody thinks my mussy's tight. Everybody wants to talk about my mussy. Stop talking about my mussy. We going on down. Everybody wants the mussy. We going on down. Mussy, 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 mussy madness. Everybody. We all got the mussy madness, and we can't help it. All that we know is we got mussy madness. Mussy madness. It's silence and bliss. Mussy madness. There's ignorance and ignorance is bliss. Mussy madness. Ignorance is bliss. Mussy madness. Walking down the street like you can't miss a beat. Skeet, skeet, skeet. Skeet, skeet, skeet.
Robinhood is a little bit unique because we're not a typical finance company. We're here in Silicon Valley. It's not so long since we've been, private, and we still have our relationships with venture capitalists, and we can drive up and down Sand Hill Road and do these deals. But we also have a huge retail presence. 27 million customers in the U.S.
Right. So I mean, if we rewind,
I mean, that's definitely a lot of people. There's a lot of people that use Robinhood, man. I mean, I really do love Robinhood. I think it's a fantastic brokerage, and honestly, they were one of the first people to. I got, and a lot of people have been harping on Robinhood a lot. I want to give Vlad Tenev his flowers in a certain capacity, and I'll tell you why. I want to tell you why I want to give him his flowers. The reason that I'm giving him his flowers is very simple. He helped encourage the zero commission fee trading model. When I use Robinhood and I want to swing trade silver, I don't have to pay a commission. I don't have to pay any kind of commission fee. None at all. I don't. Not a single commission fee is paid. All because of Vlad Tenev. And by the way, before Robinhood came along, you had to pay some kind of commission fee one way or another, right? So if I wanted to buy shares of Apple on Schwab, I would have had to pay like a $5 commission fee, maybe even a $10 commission fee, depending on the situation. Charles Schwab had to change their entire investing principles to compete with Robinhood. Robinhood changed the game. I mean, I'm serious. Robinhood actually changed the game of investing for retail investors in a lot of ways. You don't have to pay one single commission fee when you buy a share or sell a share in Robinhood. The same goes for Schwab. I don't have to pay any commission fees. You want to know why? Because Robinhood started the trend. And I want to thank you, Vlad Tenev. I want to thank you so fucking much, bro, for making it to where no commission trading is a popular thing. Honestly, if it wasn't for no commission trading, I would not be able to make money swing trading. The fact that no commission fees exist allows me to swing trade at a very high level. I'm able to swing trade like a real champion. And it's a beautiful thing, man. So thank you, Vlad Tenev. You changed the investing game, and honestly, you encouraged me. You encouraged me to invest. And I can't thank you enough for it. I really can't thank you enough, man. Because investing has changed my life in a lot of ways. Learning how to invest really changed my life. I'm happy about it, man. I'm very happy about it. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to retire very early. Maybe not very, very early, but early enough, So yeah, I got to give Vlad Tenev his flowers, bro. I got to give Vlad his flowers. Vlad. No, but Vlad Tenev is amazing, man. I love this guy. Fabulous dude. I love him.
The clock a little bit, right? I am one of those Sandhill Road venture capitalists who invest in these early stage companies and later stage companies. And risk capital, this venture capital, is so important to the growth of the United States of America. It's so important to our economic vibrancy. What we have here in Silicon Valley is so special. We have risk takers who want to build rockets that are falling out of the sky, right? With Elon, they want to build AI that's going to modernize, technology and put us on the forefront around the world. And they're risk capital, right, that flows into those things. And what you're saying is because these companies are staying private longer, this is a way for the average retail investor to share in what you're already doing here in Silicon Valley. So Shiv, talk to me a little bit about that, right? There's already an ecosystem of venture capitalists like us. Yep. We're leading what we call the Series A or the Series B or the Series C round, these earlier stage of financing. So how do you interact with that ecosystem here in Silicon Valley to make sure the retail investors that you guys want to sell to are getting into these and that you're getting allocation?
Yeah, absolutely. When we think about it, it's a marketplace. Right. On one side, you need to have the retail demand. That's what we know and love. We have 27 million customers, nearly 350 billion of assets. On the second part is the companies and the supply. Yep. Yeah. These companies can take capital from yourself or any of the best VCs in the world. So we have to prove to them why we're different. We're the new kid on the block. And there's a couple things that we bring. First, especially if you're a consumer company, but even if you're not, just being associated with retail. Second, the vehicle that we're using and having retail invest in is a permanent capital vehicle. What that means is we can invest in the round now, we can invest in their IPO, and we can hold them when they're public. Right. So for your company, it's fantastic. You have a great retail brand and you have permanent capital. So we're really just trying to match.
I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to get into this. Because there may be a few companies that, and I might even have ChatGPT look into some of these companies that are privately owned as well, you know. Because think about it. Think about it this way. What if I was able to invest like $5 in several of these different privately owned companies, right? Let's say this Robinhood Venture Fund thing lets me do that. Could you imagine the amount of money that I would make if some of those private companies went public? I'd make a lot of money because I'd be technically an early investor. I'd be earlier than everybody else. And in a lot of ways, that's kind of cool. So a part of me is very tempted. I'm a little concerned, though. I'm just wondering, like, will they let me have, like, a certain minimum? You know what I mean? Like a certain minimum amount that I could put in. Like, can I put in $5 per investment? Because I would love to have a diversified portfolio of private investments. Because you know me, I'm very much, I'm a very low risk investor. I don't like to take too many crazy chances. You know, I'll take some risks every now and then because it doesn't really hurt my bottom line. So they're not like risks that'll hurt my portfolio in the long term. They'll kind of a blip. So like I have an entire penny stock index that's picked specifically by ChatGPT. And I use ChatGPT to find me the best penny stocks out there. And honestly, the index has done really good. So I'm very satisfied with that, actually. So I'm not recommending. This is not financial advice, not financial recommendation. But yeah, I would say that ChatGPT has really helped me in a lot of ways. Straight up. ChatGPT. But yeah. They call me Michael Wokengay. And all I gotta say is, hey, hey. They call me Michael Wokengay. Hey, 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 hey. They call me Michael Wokengay. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm trying to figure something out.
The marketplace together. And when we set out to do this, we said, why do we have the right to win? And as Vlad said, we're a technology company that has to be in financial services. We have deep roots in Silicon Valley. Right. We've called you many times for advice for how can we invest and get to know these companies. And the great thing is it's resonating. Companies they're learning, they want to do this.
That was the point I was going to ask you, which is, okay, you guys have a seed portfolio. You've talked to a lot of companies. You're really well known in Silicon Valley. You're out there talking to these folks. How is it going? What are the types of companies you're getting access to?
I think so far we've exceeded our expectations. I mean, I think typically what you hear from investors is that the first fund you kind of have to prove yourself. You have to